I would like to talk about what gets you going when it comes to playing RPGs. I think that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. Hey, everybody. My name is Conall the Cigar DM. I am being joined tonight by multiple people, hopefully. But as of right now, we have this gentleman right here. I am not going to be able to pronounce that name. It's nothing personal. I just suck at names.
Well, no, what was funny is just split it into two parts.
Now?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I was just like, huh? Okay. So I want to talk about, I mean, you've talked about and, commented to each other via other people's streams about chats about gaming. When did you get started gaming? Let's start with that. When did you actually start rolling your first dice?
So I think it was 1982. I was 8 years old or somewhere in that frame. The kid next door to me got the D&D basic set. So the magenta set with B2, Keep of the Borderlands. And of course I got that. And then all these, and we were little kids, 8 years old. And then there were the teenagers, that were 13 and they were playing D&D. And so we got the books and I used to run down to the PX in Germany and I'd spend $4.25 to buy a book or, for a module or $3.75 if they were the short ones. And I just loved the thing at the time because my father was in the military, so I always had the war games. And I said, oh, wait a minute. I can actually play something. And of course we were so cheap for it. So when people talk about miniatures, I remember using marbles and the type of marble and the bigger the marble determined the monster. And we would dig out we would put them into, they had a giant sandbox. I mean, probably 100 feet by 100 feet. When I'm talking sandbox, it was huge.
Holy shit.
It may have actually been bigger. But it was, what they did is it was a playground. And I called it sand. They actually had a real sandbox, but they put play sand over the entire thing. And so, you could, if you were willing to go outside the normal sandbox, you could make these giant things. And so we'd make the dungeons and dig them out. But that's what I remember, the most as being a kid. And I just loved the excitement. And I grew up on the old Sinbad and Clash of the Titans and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, you said 82. I was born a year later in 83. I was born in 83, but my mom was a kid when she had me, so I was kind of sent off to go live with my grandparents over in Ireland. So I'm not bitching about growing up in Ireland.
Yeah.
But it's funny because the same generation that raised you raised me. So it's always been, I've gotten along with people of an older generation, I should say, than but gaming, I just, in the back of my head, when I think of gaming, at least your version of gaming, I think of the latest season of what was that, Stranger Things, when you had a bunch of kids hanging out with, as you said, a teenager who was the DM, who had the stories, who had the figs or whatever.
Well, to be fair, they didn't play with us. I mean, I want to joke about it, but I had a friend and his brother did one, and so they there was this age gap, and which of course there is, but I'd have babysit. They might be a babysitter, and so we talk about this stuff, and then I just enjoyed it because I used to go to the local school library, and they had all of the vampires and stuff, so I would read everything that they had about those. It's amazing what they would allow in libraries for that. I mean, and we were the actual Dracula, they would have those books in there and everything else. And to be fair, I did grow up in Germany for a few years. And this was military-based Germany. So we got to go to these castles and everything else. So, of course, I loved it. And then we would go outside and play. We'd play war, and we would play video games, even though people don't remember the old Atari. We would play those. And so we had all of this stuff. And so not only did we play, at a tabletop, then we would go outside and we would pretend that we had shields and swords and and nowadays everyone's so afraid of going out. I'm like, get out there, and so I love that, and I still try recapturing some of those things. And then of course, because you kind of have a collector mentality, you just get more and more and more, and then you're like, okay, I'm going to do this, and I still remember that. I remember saving up. Not that anyone would, talk about it at your age is. You'd open up the Sears catalog because we'd have to order things from the United States.
Right.
The APO. And we'd open it up and it was Fiend Folio and it was $9.99. and I was only making like, I think my allowance was was it 50 cents a day or something like that? Anyway, I'd have to go and I'd have to save up for 3 weeks so I could buy the theme folio, and that's what I would do. So yeah, that was me.
Yeah, theme folio. I was working at my game store as a kid, like 14, 16 years old. It came into the shop, and I grabbed like the first, second, or third one out of the box, and I still have it. I'm looking for 2 more copies, but I still have it.
I have all these things somewhere in Florida. I think hopefully they haven't rotted because my father put them in the shed. Well, who knows? At this point, I can't really complain because I have all this other stuff packed up. But every so often, even though I cut my head last time I went up there, I dig through it and try to find some of the old stuff. But it's all packed like this, and I said, okay. But at least he didn't throw them away.
Yeah. I especially with what they're worth. You're looking between $25 to $50 a copy per. If we're talking original AD&D, I just paid $50 for a Monster Manual 4th printing, and I need 1 more. Once I've got 3 of all the original editions, then I'm going to buy a copy of each of the drive-through editions and use those for gaming and file the other ones away, because the new ones are, drive-through puts out good books. I don't like their policies, but their books are good, and
well, even Max has to admit that you're going to have to pick your fights and who you stick with, and in some ways, I think the problem is that people look at the publisher and ignore the fact that sometimes the creators are politically or apolitical. I know, like I said, you pick your fights, or who's benefiting from it, and if you don't have.
Well, to be honest, I'm backing Biggest Geekest, not just spiritually but financially, and if it all works out, awesome. If not, at least someone tried and gave them a good run for the money, so to speak, because at some point I will be putting out content of my own, and I don't want permission, based on content. It's a book. We have this thing, freedom of the press, and they're not the boss of me. I hate to put it in such, terms, but
I mean, the First Amendment is a wonderful thing, freedom of press. And you are absolutely right. This is, as much as I'm not trying to get political, but the First Amendment allows you freedom of press, and you should be able to pump out anything you want. I mean, if Hugh Hefner and Hustler and all that can sling out that shit for decades now, you should be able to put an RPG book module system out there. And just because, there's certain lines, I think there's certain moral lines you still need to.
Nothing that has been red flagged by drive-through has yet to break any laws or even any real decency acts anywhere.
Right.
They're just opinions. They're not even facts. They're clearly stated as opinions, and we're talking about a freaking game.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
I agree with you. I'm just, like I said, as a constitutionalist, there's things I look at because everybody's first, well, freedom of this, freedom of this, freedom of that. I'm like, okay, this is where they're meaning, and this is really where you're going. And sometimes they don't end up well together.
Well, I'm going to bring up this part too, because I remember being a kid, and I remember having the John Carter of Mars books, and I'm sure that Shadow remembers the risque covers that used to be on them. And I would take those to school, and boy, they would give me like hell on it. I'm like, hey, but
back in real quick, when my mom was a kid, mind you, she was born in, I think, 40 something.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let Wonder Woman comic books anywhere near anybody for fear that they would turn the girls into lesbians. And this is back in the freaking 40s. Okay, seriously? They were right, but whatever. It just took them quite a while. But yeah, they need to just shut up and print books.
Well, and here's what I look at is, I don't mind you saying, and to be fair, this is what I still enjoy. You should have it split to youth or general ages if you want to do that, and then
movie rating
and young adult, and then you should have adult. And to be fair, if and Shadow knows this, if you remember the deities and demigods, and everyone immediately goes into Aphrodite, what was it about probably a good 10% of the goddesses were completely topless in that book?
Lovatar, Ishtar, one of the two. There was,
Aphrodite, Ishtar. They had a couple of the Egyptian gods. And what's funny is all these people are all up in arms. How dare they do this? Now, if you reading back at it, it was aimed at a college audience. Okay, fine. You can say it was a little bit of an immature college audience. Doesn't matter. The fact of it is that most of the art, especially when I know the Conall's probably seen this too. I don't know about Ireland. When I was in Germany, I saw naked statues and all these people complaining about this stuff. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I just
orange juice commercials. Orange juice commercials. Topless women pouring orange juice.
Oh, I didn't. Well, see, I only had AFN, which is a little bit different. But I remember going into all of these things. I said, okay. And to be fair, that was one of the great things about living in Germany. And I got to see the castles and the Romans and everything else. But I'll tell you this much: sci-fi is still my original love. And Star Frontiers, people can talk about it. I said it's a simple system to understand. It was one of the first ones that had the little chits that you could go. It had battle maps. It told you what to use. It had stats. The combat was fast. I said it had everything I wanted it for a pulp adventure. And it wasn't. And the unfortunate part that we have nowadays, and don't get me wrong, I have plenty of them. There's times that I want to get away from all of the dystopian, depressing stuff.
Me too. All last month, I almost had a freaking mental breakdown. If I hear grim and gritty one more fucking time, where's the contrast? Where's the happy ending? What am I playing for? Why don't I just blow my brains out and you as the DM won, because that's apparently what you're striving for.
Well, I know Max talks about wanting things really gritty. I like that sometimes, but let's be honest.
But not every single fucking time.
Well, just like you're talking about dragons, and I have different feelings about it because I'll be honest, is I got dragons up, and even though they were within first edition, I got characters so afraid of my dragons that they were 40th level with +6 weapons and armor, and they were terrified to fight dragons.
They should be. But trying to meld the two generations is kind of what I was shooting for. Because I've been going through first and second edition and comparing them, and I'm not a big fan of second edition like I was. What I read recently, I'm just going to stick with AD&D and take the stuff from second that I like and shove it in there, not the other way around, because second edition, I could tell within the first 2 pages they're seeing dollar signs, not happy players. They didn't care. It was the beginning of the end. It really was. And this Friday I'm going to go over it a little more in depth with my AD&D series. And I understand that the people who want to play AD&D are, we lose more of those people every day, and eventually they won't exist. But, with my son and his friends, etc., I'm going to still put it out there for people to try to enjoy. There's a reason why the AD&D books, a player's handbook, an old player's handbook in beat up condition, is worth twice the price of a current 5th edition book right now, brand new. And you can even get, if you're lucky and you go on eBay, you can probably pick up a copy for like $10.
I'm going to bring a little bit more of those, because a lot of us, and I'm going to take a little bit different aspect, which is the people that are in 5th edition now are about 20 or 30 years younger than we are. Yeah. And so give them 20 or 30 years, and then they'll remember finally back on their 5th edition times like we do on first. But I'm gonna say this much is I appreciate now looking back at those earlier editions of just how well done some of those games were. And I think this was, and I was listening to Ye Old Geek earlier, and they were talking about the players. I think the problem now with 5th edition, and there was probably some of the 2nd edition, is they expect players to buy the books. And if the players are buying the books, they expect to be able to use what's in those books. Whereas in the older editions, the DM was expected to buy the books, and the players might buy just like the player's handbook or the or UA, and that was it. And because of that, it was a lot easier to pull things in and say, no, I'm going to ban this or I'm going to ban that. But nowadays, it's kind of hard if you. I'm going to take it from a view of a young player, but I just spent $150 on Tasha's and Volo's and Player's Handbook, and you're not going to let me use anything except the Player's Handbook? And I can understand them being frustrated or angry. Now, I'm just assuming these are MSRP, but I understand you can get them for what, $25-$30 off of Amazon?
About 28. I've seen most of the books go for about 28.
I've got one in my cart for my son. It's $20 on Amazon.
Fifth edition?
What? Fifth edition.
Okay.
Fifth edition Player's Handbook, $20.
And my friend is getting burned out as a DM, which he's really only played. He played a little bit of 3.5, and then he went up to 5, and he's really enjoying it. And his girlfriend enjoys 5, and she's a different type of gamer than what I grew up with, and I don't have any problems with that. I'm not this like you have to get off. You're playing the game wrong, but part of it. But he's talking about he's getting burned out because his players, which are a lot of family members, but I want to do this and I want to do this and then I want to get this, and it's overpowered, and there's no sense of balance. And I think that's part of the problem. And I don't know how Conall feels.
In a lot of ways, though, from what I've seen, from 3 on, it just got easier and easier and easier. Even in second edition, things got easier. We played in AD&D and before the hardest versions, and players are going to, eventually, I'm still buying books that were made, when I was too young to be able to buy them, let alone, find them. For the reason of I want to know what it was like. That's why I read books that were I have like a cutoff point from about 1979 and earlier. I won't buy anything past that point because I want to know what Gygax and Arneson were reading to make the original game. I want to know what inspired them. I was talking with Kai earlier. He hates the Vancian magic, but he's never read Jack Vance. And if you read Jack Vance, it's not identical, one-to-one crossover, but it inspired it before there was nothing. Okay, I can read all kinds of books that were printed recently, the last 30 years, and they're inspired by AD&D, not by what inspired AD&D or Basic or White Box. That's where the magic is. That's where the original sparks exist back in the old days.
I was listening to Alexandrian a few months ago, and him going over the old White Box and him going over what he thought was going on with it as he went through page by page reading it. And it was enlightening to understand where things were coming from there. Now, that was before my time. That was 74. I mean, I was 1 year old. That was, but at the end of the day, and I think this also comes down to, why isn't science fiction more popular? Because if you look at the 70s, we had landed on the moon in the late 60s. You had Star Trek. You had Flashman, which admittedly I know was 30s, but I remember the cartoon, Battlestar Galactica. You had a lot of maybe you even remember this. Was it Space 1999?
I'm getting ready to watch that. I never saw it, but I never saw Blake 7. Now I'm watching that, enjoying the hell out of that. Doctor Who, etc. All this old stuff. It's not garbage. It's not useless. It's not worthless. It has an intrinsic value that just takes a little bit of an open mind to appreciate. I see the crappy scenery, etc. But how many of us, go into a dungeon and check for cardboard, walls?
But that was the same thing but I said, but we had that, and Buck Rogers, of course, if we're going to mention all those. But we had that, and I think that was the same thing with the sword and sorcery in the 80s. But right around those time frames, you had I remember that there was a TV show where the people had an Atlas rocket in their backyard. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, Salvage 9 or Salvage 7 or something like that, where the junk man built one from salvaged NASA parts. Yeah, I watched. I love that. And then
it was the inspiration of I can go to space. We can go explore the world. I mean, even though we had the 1950s and you had, what was it? The Lost in Space, which, I mean, a lot of these are corny, but it was much more of a hopeful, less dystopian, less gritty. And don't get me wrong, I enjoy some of those. I like the flipping back and forth. I do like, that's why part of the reason I like Conan is it's pulp. It's in there, it's in your face. You've got some horror, you've got this, and I've been reading the Conan stories, which I didn't do as a kid. And like you said, with that Appendix N, I like to go read Fritz Lieber and a few of these others. You begin to understand the same thing with, I know you did John Carter of Mars. And I just love that.
If you like Carter, you might actually like the Carson Napier of Venus series, because it's also very, mind you, it was 1912-ish,
Sure.
and it's very, steeped in romance and relationships, but it's got all the other stuff that Tarzan and Mars have, but it's still got that the most important thing is the love, the romance between the characters that is just completely sterile. In even when I was growing up, it was pretty much that way. Nobody cared about the princess. Well, you know what? That's why those stories were written, and that's why that trope and that cliche exists, because back then a mountain of gold meant nothing compared to that, as it should. And
I mean, all of these things, when we go way back, you enjoy it. I mean, I always, as a kid, I always read the Odysseus and, all these others. And those are the things that are fine. And to be fair, and I hate superheroes. I do. I hate them with a passion. And part of
you won't like our channel next month.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm doing all superheroes.
Well, but part of the reason I didn't like superheroes is that they were relatively indestructible, which removed a lot of that. I mean, whether people like it or not, George Lucas got this, but Indiana Jones, I wanted that sense of adventure, and I actually had the old Indiana Jones somewhere. I think I may still have a book left. I don't know what's left of it, but the whole box set. But the whole thing of, I wanted that sense of adventure. I want that sense of exploration and that sense of wonder. And I coming from a first edition, I hated the magic user. I did feel bad for him for the Valancian, but I think 5e overdid it. I think 2e did a good job by putting in some cantrips, but they didn't overdo the cantrips, and they didn't make the cantrips overly powerful. And nowadays, I have Eldritch Blast, and it gets up, and I said, well, wait a minute, now you're better than the Ranger who has a limited bow in there. I said, no, that's not the way it should be. There's a certain desperation when the magic user pulls out a dagger because that's all he has. He's run out of spells and has to go hack at it. You knew that you were in trouble. There was that sense of absolute, and going in there. And yes, I'll admit I cheated all the time as a kid. I was a terrible rules lawyer. And now, only by listening to you guys and Ye Olde Geek and several others, I'm beginning to really appreciate. And it's okay to have low stat characters. In some cases, those are more fun. And actually, that's true. I've also been in games where I was a low statted character amongst everyone else having really high stats. And I sat around twiddling my thumbs. And I said, that's why when I hear balance, the real point of balance is you have to be useful in the game and people want you there. The last thing you want to do is, and I'm not, I know that Max always talks about, well, I want it to be Tolkien. Well, that's your vanilla thing, but I like Dark Sun because that was a little bit grittier. But part of it was I
loved it.
I was a Monty Hall GM, and that's why I said I got 40th level characters because we played every day. They would start fighting dragons. I realized dragons weren't powerful enough, so I upped them in power. I started doing a lot of other stuff. There was that dragon magazine that told you how to fight with a dragon. If you ever read that article, but Conall, if you ever read that, it's a fantastic article talking about different. I don't remember what dragon magazine it said.
I have a friend who has a small library of them. I have to see what I can get my hands on.
Yeah, personally, I've always loved the title of Monty Hall because that gets people, thinking, hey, I'm not going to get nickel and dime to death, and walking around in rags. There is literally no character out there that's going to be too much of a challenge for me. I don't care if you've got every magic item in every book. I'll still come up with a challenge for you. I read Superman, I read superheroes, and Superman was literally a freaking god. And yet every month for almost a century, that character has been in print with a new adventure and a new challenge. Challenges don't always mean equal hit points and you're duking it out. There's so many other aspects to this hobby that don't need to revolve around combat. And that's the biggest problem these days, is that everything equates down back to combat. Cool. You are a phenomenal powerhouse in combat. Guess what? We're not doing combat for a month.
Well,
How do you like that?
That's the problem I have with the modern D&D. And then actually they did this in 2E somewhat too, is in 1E it was about getting gold. And experience points encourage players to play a certain way. And when you encourage combat for your players, and this is why I like Vampire, and again, it depends on what level you're looking at. I say I don't like this, but I actually do kind of like the idea of Exalted. Not always a huge fan of the system because they're
Exalted is a bit much.
but also I love Lunars. I love that whole idea of I love some of the ideas in there. But sometimes it's like, yes, this is what your staring characters are going to be. I'm going to put you here, but some of it, just like we talked about with D&D, and this is the problem that I was having with them. You do a Warforged, you do this, and I like to do traps. I like to make players think, and I don't want them to bypass it just because, well, I don't breathe. Okay, well, so much for my gas trap. You've negated it instead of having the players really get through the challenge. And I think that's what I miss. Is I want to be intellectually stimulated as a player. I want to have to think tactically. I want to have to go through like you said with the dragon. I understand why dragons had lower hit points because they want to combat relatively fast. And in some ways, I was listening to what was his name, the dungeon craft or whatever, and he was talking about just doing hits. So you don't roll for damage. You just say, this takes 25 hits or something. I said, you know what? That can speed things up. I'm not against different systems, but I want that challenge. That's why I loved the Star Frontiers Volturnerus one. Because remember when they went into the dungeon effect where they had to cross over the lava and you had to figure out how to cross over the lava and you had to do this? The fighting, I want some fighting in there to keep things interesting. But man, now the players have to really think, how do I cross this pit of lava to get across? And that, and they have the crystals on there and lava's spouting up and like, okay, well, what are you going to do?
Like White Blue Mountain.
Oh, I've never played it, so I don't.
Okay. I'm not going to ruin it for you, but it's my favorite all-time TSR dungeon. My favorite dungeon of all time, though, is Arduin's Caliban, which is a whole nother, it's D&D, but it's got a lot of stuff that a lot of people are just terrified when they hear that word. Just like when I talk about the Amber Diceless role-playing game, they hear Diceless and go, oh my God, how can I possibly play a role-playing game without dice? If you've read Amber and you've read the books, then you'll understand that it is the apogee of role-playing. Shawner may disagree because he's never read either. If he got into it, he'd understand that it's all about role-playing. Every swing of your sword is described. Every action you make, you have to role-play. You can't just roll the dice because there are no dice. Your numbers that you make as a character. Have you read Amber?
I am not. I've seen the book, but I never bought it. So.
Okay. Basically, to sum it up real quick, there's two parts of the universe. There's Amber and Chaos. If you come from Amber, you're one of the literally like the gods. The entire everything in between, all the multiverses in between, are reflections of either Chaos or Amber. Amber being law, and if you are a child of Amber, you're basically a god. You're one of the only real human beings in the multiverse. Okay, so when you make up your character, you could literally be the strongest creature physically in the cosmos, or you could be the greatest tactician or the greatest spellcaster or whatever. So everything else is kind of, beneath you to begin with. So needing dice is kind of like, why? There's nothing that can come, if I go into a challenge of strength, they stand no chance. Even the guy who's second will lose. Okay. So in the beginning of the game, you get points to bid on which of these categories you want to be, top dog in. And you have to strategize to build your character with the other players because they're not always your friends. There's a lot of mystery and court intrigue going on in the game. So, a lot of these things, if you're the greatest spellcaster in the cosmos, then why do I need to roll anything? No, what I need to do is describe what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, and why it's going to always work, or why it's going to work in this kid's situation. If you're like number 2, 3, or 4, you're still one of the only original actual beings in the cosmos other than the enemies at Chaos and all the little piddly peons in between. So it really teaches you the the absolute height of role playing in every step you make.
Going from all the editions, like I said before, I started with 3.5, and as Jay has commented before, murder hoboing was a thing, and there's a part of me that was a part of me that wonders if it got created when you had to trade in gold for XP.
It was
no because you got gold. You got, if you didn't kill the monster but you stole his treasure, you got the XP. If you didn't kill the monster but went around him, you would get the XP.
Well,
it wasn't about killing; it was about overcoming.
The other part is, and not that I used it as much, especially in basic, they had morale, and I think a lot of us that were young kind of ignored charisma. And it was a dump stat, but looking back on it, it made a huge difference, because a lot of times you would parlay with an orc or something like that, and you'd go, hey, and you might both size up each other, and it might be going, yeah, you're evil, I'm good, you think you're going to die, I think I'm going to die, you go this way, I go that way, and we'll and it encouraged some of that. And I know some of the older ones, if you had a really powerful monster like a vampire, there was actually bonus. So you were more likely to, because he was like, you're beneath me. So the vampire might go, what brings you here? And he'll talk to you as a human being. He's not going to come out and fight because you get a higher roll. It's just like, all right, I can see that. If you can go clear out this area of the dungeon, that's okay with me. Just don't bother me. And that would be it. And you go your separate ways. And that's the thing that I think all too often is missing from this is and I like the Hobbit for Smog. Smog talks.
How about the trolls? The trolls is a perfect example of how AD&D worked. The hobbits, when they met the Hobbit, and the dwarves, when they got all captured and stuff, there was no combat in that. They got out, and by doing all of what they did, they got the experience points for the treasure, for defeating the trolls, etc. Maybe Gandalf took a big chunk out of it, because he did cast a spell that delayed everything, whatever how you want to look at it. But they got all the XP for all that whole encounter, as if they killed the trolls and then took the treasure and went on their merry way. And that's, for me, that's like the ultimate encounter in fantasy to explain how D&D works. You don't have to just go in and kill every single thing. And if you think you literally can get away with that, you better have an army of clerics with you at first level.
Well, the other part is, not in the first level you were pretty weak, but if you go, and I think part of the problem was, as a kid, I didn't have access to B1 and a couple of other things. And to be fair, I was kind of lazy about reading. Like I'd read all the tables, but I would ignore the text that explain like on how to run things in the Dungeon Master's Guide. I think that, that's the problem that we see with 5e. I think 5e, while I have some problems with it, if you read the Dungeon Master's Guide, it allows you to do a lot of personalization to get the game you want. The problem that is that it's like, I want to call it the best book of 5e that's never read. They read a little bit of it, and that's it, because all the rules are in the player's handbook. But the DM, they have the long rest and all these other things that I remember as a kid. Oh, you go in there. I always hated wandering monsters, but now as I'm older, I understand why you have them there, because it forces the players to move through the dungeon. They can't just sit there and rest. If you want to rest, go back to town.
Right.
Look what happened in Lord of the Rings when they tried. In the Mines of Moria, they just want to just bed down for the night. Oh, no, we ain't having none of that. Wandering monsters. Oh, guess what? The wandering monsters attracted more wandering monsters, and suddenly you guys are running for your life, which is the way it should be. The Mines of Moria is the ultimate dungeon as it pertains to literature.
And I think that's a lot of what's going on now for it. And I don't want to, we can talk about all of the politics, but ignoring the politics, I think there's been and I know I've brought this up many times, I think there is too much. These people aren't reading Appendix N. If they would be reading Appendix N, reading on how story is developed, a lot of these people I know went through school, probably hated Shakespeare just like we all did as kids, but did not appreciate. I mean, as I
I
get older,
liked Shakespeare as a kid. I mean, but Shakespeare as a kid to me was comedy of errors and the fun Shakespeare, not. I mean, yeah, Romeo and Juliet, Macbeth was definitely on the list, but there was more
Mhm.
of his more playful plays than his like Hamlet in games like not games, but Hamlet in books like that. So yeah, I enjoyed Shakespeare, but I get the more playful version of it, other than
I
King Lear or yeah,
well, I mean, if anyone has seen Rand is based off of King Lear.
yeah.
Did you ever watch Gargoyles the cartoon?
Oh god, yeah.
Well,
Had to have
remember the second season they pulled. I mean, the first and second season they were pulling stuff all from Shakespeare to bring it. I said, but the problem that I have nowadays is I think that these people growing up now were taught Shakespeare's bad, reject him, and so they haven't learned the storytelling art. They haven't learned a lot of the old storytelling, whether it's Norse or actually from any culture, and they're going in and they're taking, that they want to be successful writers without learning how to do the craft. And so the stories are crap. And then they say, well, we'll take established characters because at least I can get paid for doing established characters and I'll ruin them. I said, you know what? It's not even that I mind that you switched up some of the characters, but tell a good story. I mean, what was his name? What's the Alan? Who was the guy that
Dean
did?
Foster?
No,
Alan,
not Alan. It was the one that did The Watchmen.
Oh,
Alan Moore. Alan
Yeah.
Moore.
But Alan Moore redid Batman and several of these others, but because they loved the character and they had read it, you don't. Yes, it may have been an alternate timeline, but it was still the same character. And now you've changed it up, and these people don't understand that. And because they don't understand, they have to take established characters, and we can get into why they have to destroy those. But the problem that they have is they have no originality to make their own that would be compelling and everything else. I loved listening to just little bits and pieces of what is Ethan Van Sciver. He said, they told him do Green Lantern, and he said, I don't know anything about Green Lantern. So what does he do? He pulls out all the old Green Lantern books and said, why are people such big fans? And doing that, even if you don't quite understand, so well, okay, I'm going to try doing the best I can. So the long for these people who love these stories can go along with it, and he was well loved by it. And now everything is, well, we've got to do this and this, and that's that.
Well, because they're rejecting the basic tenets of education and reading. Reading is a bad word now. The most large group demographic of new players are absolutely damn near illiterate in some cases, or at least ignorant of all of the wonderful things that comprise the hobby that they think they want to get into or they think they enjoy, and they're passing up on the best parts. It's
Well, and some of
it's
them,
really tragic.
I mean, I know that you guys talked about Conan and stuff, and I know that you didn't like it because it didn't exactly match up, but I still got the feel that it was from Conan when I'm reading the books.
Right. When was the last time you watched it?
I have probably watched a dozen times. It's been a while.
But okay, when I watched it as a kid,
Yeah.
and I watched it as a grown up recently, and my son and we watched it together, and I kept my mouth shut. It's there's a lot wrong with it besides just the cosmetic features that I'm not fond of, and even if you take out the inaccuracies or the change ups, etc. If it was something else, like Max says, if it had a different title, there would be only the technical aspects of the movie making process that would be faulty. Okay.
I went back and I looked at some of the little things that people don't look at, which are real subtle because they're only like 5 seconds. And I think but this is one of the things that if you watch old movies like the Blues Brothers, I can watch the Blues Brothers and I can probably still pick something new up every time I watch it because they're little. Yeah. And that's one of the things I did like about Conan, like when he's being chased by the dogs and he finds the Sword of Atlantis. If you notice, like the next scene, all of a sudden he's wearing all of these wolf pelts, and I said, "Oh, okay." But they don't. But unlike modern ones, we're like, well, they have to understand this, so I'm just going to beat you across the head over and over again. Like, no.
Yeah, for me, I have to wonder with Conan how much of it is the nostalgia of looking at it through a 14-year-old's eyes and seeing it and going, "Oh, this is great," not knowing what we as adults know when we watch something like this. And I'm okay with that because, perfect example was Beastmaster. I
Yes.
watched it again and I'm like, "Yeah, this is pretty bad," but you know what? I love it. Okay, and I love it
I,
because I loved it, not
I,
because it still holds up to the test of time, which it does in a little bit of a fashion. But
I'll be
it's
honest. Yeah. I watched Conan when I was in my 20s. I didn't watch it when I was in my teenage years. So I don't have the same quite nostalgia for it because I had already gone through my D&D phase and I was actually in the vampire phase. But I could also look back on the little details and then go, oh, this is a little detail here. Now, I'll be honest. What made Conan was the music, whether people like it or not. You remove the music and Conan falls flat. I mean, I'm just going to be honest about that. But the music,
I didn't pay as much attention to it, but I could definitely see that because I'm very aware of the subconscious effect music has on us as a species, and you know, I'm also not immune to the fact that I absolutely detest Arnold Schwarzenegger as
well,
a
yeah.
human being. But I don't know anything about Mark Singer, and if I were to find out the exact same kind of details, other than the fact that he was never governor, my opinion would change. But I've had so much interaction with Hollywood in my life and other things that it makes me really hard to be able to forgive them and separate the two. Because if you knew that, like what I know, or if you knew your favorite celebrity was guilty of the most atrocious crimes, would you still go and listen to their music or buy their movies or forgive them in any way, shape, or form? I can't do that. And maybe that makes me a fuddy duddy or a stick in the mud, but I can't do it. If your sister's husband had been brutalized by some celebrity, would you still just brush it off because they're a celebrity? No. And for me, it's that personal, and I
Yeah.
can't do it.
No, I understand that. I mean, I understand some of those things, and that's what goes on. But like I said, I could listen to music because he did a lot of Basil Podorus did a lot of stuff like that. It's just like whenever you listen to, what was it? Encino More. I can never remember the one that did The Good, Bad, and the Ugly.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I know. I
Clint
know.
Eastwood.
Who? The music? The music or the actor?
The music. I didn't hear that part. I can't remember, but yeah, it's phenomenal. It was one of the best, musical scores of all time. It literally is.
I
The choice of
mean,
instrument tells the story, part of the story in itself. The castanets and things like that. Most people don't even know what those are right now. If I say that word, they're like, "What?" The little the things between the fingers.
oh, yeah.
Not
yeah.
not the maracas, but the castanets. If you know what those
Yeah.
are, then you understand a whole lot more about what is being said with those notes, as it were, for that particular part of the music. It tells a huge story. Again, Star Wars is a great example as well. That was one of the first times the American people got just bombarded with this
John Marshall.
incredible music going along with the actions that were being seen. Without that,
Oh, if you've seen the original cut or part of the original cut, you understand why his wife got the Academy Award for editing. Uh, it's just the way that it's phrased. But yeah, I mean, I remember going to the theater and all of a sudden, lasers and everything else, and of course, going up to Star Wars, talking about, I completely forgot about Star Wars. Why I love space. That's what I wanted to do. I want to be the heroic. I want to go through, and okay, as a kid, all right, still kind of romantic. Oh yes, rescue the princess, go do this, live happily ever after. And I think that that's some of the things that are, we can find other things that, and like I said, I enjoy all ranges of a lot of games. Superheroes just not my thing because I want, how do I put this? It removes a lot of challenges, and that's not entirely true. But I also have to admit, for superheroes, and this is the one thing I think that modern writers also don't understand, superheroes don't have to have their powers. They're still going to be heroic. Because if you ever look at Batman or any of them, well, anytime they lose their powers, they still do the right thing. They still will do the heroic thing. They're like my powers, because I have these powers, I can fight greater evil, but I will still fight the wrong. I mean, not that I've
Captain
used.
America is a perfect example. Look at him as a kid, trying to get in, doing whatever it was, lying, going to different recruiting agencies, et cetera, to get in, to be, something better, to be, a hero, or at least to do the right thing. It's a calling that most people can't even identify with these days, because they just want to either be the murder hobo, the selfish bastard who just wants to, be the edge lord or whatever. Trust me, I've been through that. I mean, I still wear all black for various reasons, and that's, a good part of it. I grew up that way, and
I'm wearing
there's
gray.
something cool.
I get you.
There's always going to be something cool about it. There's always going to be something cool about it. But think about it. Batman's, one of the original edgelords, but he's not. He can be both. Being the hero should be the biggest part of the draw to the game. It shouldn't be drawing the people who want to murder and steal and get away with it in such vast numbers compared to the people who want to be the big damn hero.
Well, and I think the other part is, and this is what I look at, and I'm not going to say, I want something that motivates the players. And, if you look at Conan, okay, gold tended to motivate him, and then sometimes he went over and said, okay. But even if you read Heinlein, sometimes even he would admit, well, this is stupid, but I'm going to go along because she's pretty, or she has, his whole thing with it. I still like some of those things, but you want to hook for the characters. And if they're just kind of like, well, am I going to get a more powerful sword? Am I going to do this? And I would say, I would rather them. Go ahead.
That was part of the reason why I did that one dragon when I talked about that tonight, where there was no loot after killing the dragon. I mean, there was a horde there. They had to look for it. But sometimes doing the right thing, there is no prize at the end of the day. The prize is doing the right thing.
Well, speaking of dragons, and I know Max doesn't like it, but, I grew up on Dragon Slayer. If you look at it, our hero, who was pretty much a wimp, relatively speaking, he killed, one or two small dragons.
Yeah.
And I said, that's kind of where, you're going through. And I know we're talking about the dragons, and it depends on how fast you level. I have no problems with the dragons as they are in D&D. If you're going to fight an adult dragon, which might have 37 hit points, if your characters are really not above 4th or 5th, and it took them a long time to get there, because that is an epic and heroic moment. I don't mind that. The same thing is that if you're an ancient dragon, you're going to be as cunning and wildly as possible. The other part is you're probably not even near civilization. You're probably somewhere else. Like, oh, okay, I'm a dragon. I can fly 200 miles. Why would I make my lair even close to these castles? And you just fly down and say, look, I'm going to either burn up your burn your city, or you just give me a bunch of gold. And, put it in a couple chests. I'll come back every, 5 or 10 years. And he just goes around and flies to different kingdoms every time. And they're like, you know what? It's cheaper than trying to pay the guy. He goes, oh, okay, give me 100 pounds of gold. Like, man, I'm not sure we have 100 pounds of gold, but that's what the, I can't remember if it was the Visigoths or whoever that conquered Rome, where they said, you have to pay the weight of gold. Oh, okay, that's half of it. At least the dragon didn't destroy everything. And we only have to pay him every, decade or two. Oh, okay. And the dragon's like, I'm happy. I don't have to do anything. And I think that's the other part that comes down to it is I love environmental effects for the game. That's the other, they have to, this is what I loved about G1, G2, and G3 is they had to trudge up, especially the frost giants. The whole idea was that it took them weeks to get to the module of G2 because they had to trek up these mountains and up and down. And that's, I love, I know we talked to, I forgot who we talked to. I love the fact that I want to make things far. It takes you forever to get there. And you're making things inaccessible to the players. And it also creates that mystery and wonder. And that was one of the things that I felt when I bought Fiend Folio. Those monsters were creepy and everything else, and they weren't common. And that's what made it special. I think that all too often it's kind of I don't even call it the monster of the week. every monster has to be different. And whereas if you say, well, I'll throw in, you might see 10 different monsters, and then I'll throw one here that's unique, and then one over here that's unique. The Manticore. But I think that's the problem too often. It's like everyone wants such a variety of things that you kind of get the, well, let me find a new monster. And now, go ahead.
If I was to run Lord of the Rings, I mean, legitly, from the Fellowship to Two Towers, The Return of the King, did that as an RP game. You like the games that take a while. You like the large march. That's what that series was. I mean, I said this last night. From the time the book started, when Bilbo Baggins gave Frodo the ring, to the moment Frodo and Gollum fought over the ring, and Gollum died, so forth and so on, it was 17 years. 17 years.
I think it's 17 months.
No, I've looked into this because I thought it was 17 months too. No, was it?
What? Are you talking with Bilbo? When Bilbo first?
No, I'm talking about when Frodo, when Gandalf realized what the ring was, or thought he might know what the ring was, he went to some library or wherever it was, and he spent the next 10 years reading up on the ring. Then he had to get all the pieces together. Then finally, we get to Frodo. Yes. And the march from the Shire to Mount Doom was like 6 or 8 months.
Okay,
I mean,
okay. No, I agree with you on that. Is that whole long thing? But I agree with you on that. It took months or at least a year to go from all the way from the Shire all the way to Mount Doom, and I like that. And not only that is, if you look at it, Shelob and a few of these other things, that was it. Well, how long did it take with The Hobbit? Didn't The Hobbit take several months as well? I think that it took.
Hobbit was a great deal shorter because there was actually a time they had to be there by the first day.
I think it was exactly a year from the time he left to the time he got back.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
even if I did that as a 5e game, ran that one, I am still going to be putting the players probably 2 to 3 years worth of gaming just to tell the Hobbit, and probably longer for Lord of the Rings if I add in everything. I mean, everything, which as a DM, I'm willing to do. I like games that last. I
don't think you'd find the current generation of players satisfied with the fact that when they got home, that they were still 4th level.
I would tend to agree. Well, you know what though, and we have to look at
maybe a little higher depending on the Hobbit, but Sam probably came back at 6th or 7th level, maybe.
You're looking at it from older editions. Now it'd be higher. I mean,
I'm looking at it by what they could do that was special. They had literally nothing special what they could do when they came back. They were lucky to have survived, and they didn't learn any new skills. They didn't learn any feats. They didn't have any new abilities other than some hit points and a little bit better ability to just hit their targets.
Go for it.
I'm going to go for this because we have to look at different systems. The problem with D&D is it actively encourage, and I'm going to say, because I've been the player, and as a DM, I have a different viewpoint, but as a player, I would like to get those levels and have new things. It gives you something new to play with. That said, this is why I like skill-based games, because I can see my character advancing even if I don't see a huge jump in the ability. Like if we're talking Call of Cthulhu, getting 5 stat increases or 5 skill increases is huge, but that's only if you get and I'm saying if you get 5%, you feel like your character's actually gone somewhere. In D&D, if I told a character, oh yeah, you've been playing for this long and you get and your ability to hit has gone up by 1, they're gonna rebel. And
yeah,
I think that's part of the aspect to it. This is like I said with I like Conan because I feel that way, but it does take a fair amount of experience. Players feel like they'll get new skills and they will go up, but they mitigate themselves. Like, oh, I can get a 1st level skill. Like, hobbits. If we're going to talk about this, oh, look, I've probably learned how to fight. So I went, and really they started at 0 level. They're not even they're at 0 level. And if you play the Greyhawk from 1st edition, that's they're probably, like you said, they might be second or third level by the time that they're done, and they've burned through all their points as they increase their stats and learn different skills and everything else. And that's the hard part, I think, in certain cases, is to get players to realize that you can have epic adventures without having to do everything. I mean, how did Bilbo really win against the dragon? I hate saying it. Is there was an arrow of dragon slaying, a thrush, and that was it. That is what killed Bog. It was that Bree, was it Bree? Anyway, or Dale. Anyway,
Dale. It was no, it was Bard. It was Bard who shut down the dragon. Sorry, it was Bard who got the lucky shot. Which I have been in campaigns where that was a thing. You crit or you get the roll, and you do bleed damage on the dragon or poison damage or whatever variation of it, and you basically kill the dragon through bleed damage. I mean, it does happen, but it's rare.
But no, I mean, if you look at Bard had an arrow slaying where he says your arrow has never missed. He goes through this whole thing. It's an arrow, but he had to find the weakness, and I think that's part of the problem sometimes that we have is we look at armor class, and I kind of wish instead of looking at armor class, where are you going to hit? And if they don't pick the right place, it bounces off, and then that encourages players. And again, this is sometimes I think when you start looking at stuff is how do you defeat these monsters, and then you're going to spend more time researching them. How do I defeat them? Which is kind of a Call of Cthulhu aspect, but I think that would have been a really cool aspect of it is, okay, you're going to hit the dragon unless you can find the chink in its armor. The only way you can find the chink in its armor is if you talk to him and you search and you flatter him, and you go, okay, his armor class went from -10 where things just bounced off of him and there was no automatic hit, to guess what, his armor class is just a 2 because you know where that area spot is. And I think, and I know that they did with the Boule, but everyone kind of picks up on this. I really wish that they would do, if you're going to do a weakness, players have to take the time to learn it. Go through the book. And that's the other part I really wish is, when we're talking about fighting dragons, and I know the dragons that Jade is using, and in Iron Kingdoms, they are literal gods. I mean,
they're a pain in the ass.
Like Blighter Ghast and everything else. They don't fight you because they have huge armies. And when I mean huge armies, we're talking like 100,000 people. It's not, why would Blighter Ghast ever even fight you? Why would you, let alone you even get in there? You have to go through all of his minions in the first place. But part of it is, and the dragons all fear each other. And that's how you defeat the dragons, is you get one to eat the other dragon. And that's why they're terrified of each other. And they kind of do this dance. I have the Iron Kingdoms.
I believe he never ran straight lore. He always did his brew. It was a home brewed game. And Jade is a hell of a DM. I will give him all kinds of props for being a DM. He's a really cool guy to begin with. But it's like going back to Lord of the Rings. I know there's a 5th edition. I don't mind 5th edition. I should start with this is because I can tell more stories and not have to worry about the mechanics.
I don't disagree with you at all. I mean, that's like Shadow and I grew up on 1 edition. I'm not even saying 5th edition is bad. The problem that I have with it is, and to be fair, I have problems with every edition. But
I get that. Well,
because you have to, like Shadow was talking about is, it's his first love, but he'll cheat on her. And I kind of went for this is, well, you were my first girlfriend, but my first love was Star Frontiers. And so I go through that, but I look at it as, I would rather characters, whether it's the Holy Grail or anything else, here's your end goal. But I want you to have to go here and, I'll give you breadcrumbs. If you want to fight Smog at the very beginning, good luck. Guess what? TPK, you're done. But if you want to go the other way, is okay, now you have to go here, and then you have to go here, and then you have to go this to find the library, and then you have to go into the dungeon because there's a magic crystal which will allow you to communicate with the person that knows the weakness of the dragon. They'll tell you, oh, by the way, you have to go climb the mountain. So you have to go find this one magical arrow, which can only be found over here, which you have to bribe the giant spider. You can't fight her so much. You have to bribe her. Or if anyone remembers Conall, if you've ever watched Conall, you have to go through
the spider and yeah. The old man had yes. Oh my God, yes. Yeah, I remember that movie.
Well,
sorry, it took me a second to dial back.
well, to be fair, it took me years to see Conall, and I don't think I've ever seen it unedited. But you go through that for the whole campaign, and only at the final battle do you actually deal with the dragon. And then at that point, we're talking about, well, what happens with the campaign? I hate saying this. At this point, is you kill the dragon. The campaign is over. I'm not going to fight over. We're not going to figure this. What we're going to do is we're going to advance it 5 years. You figure out what you've done in that time, and maybe you had children. Maybe your characters retire and we start over again. I've heard that some I don't know. Everyone says Arneson or someone else. It's hard. I don't know what the truth is, but I did hear that some players, as soon as they got to the level they would get really powerful, they would retire the character and then start at the bottom because they enjoyed the dungeon aspect more than the domain aspect. I said, okay, and then you can build the world from there. And I know Chimerian was talking about all this stuff. Yeah. Kai, when Kai was talking about, you get to make this. I said, I don't mind that, but that's kind of cool. And now your players can now meet the former party that did this. And then the other part is if you have a really badass dragon and they don't do the right steps to get there, then guess what happens is all the treasure that all the different parties have gone in is just stacking up there with the dragon. But I like my dragons to be, I guess Shadowrun did a good job for this. All of them were named. All of them were unique, very similar to Smog. They were highly intelligent. They would sit there and talk. If they, a lot of them would cast spells and things. I said, okay. And dragons are not just a throwaway monster. That's the problem that I have all too often is all these monsters are throwaways. Technically, vampires should never be a throwaway. Mummies should never be a throwaway. Well, maybe greater mummies is what I want to say, not the lesser mummies.
Right. Well, vampires, depending on their age, could be throwaway, especially if they're young spawn versus like the master vampire,
sure,
whatever terminology you want to use.
Yeah, well, you're right. The greater or elder vampires.
Right. I mean, for every vampire out there, you need a Van Helsing type character, even if it's NPC that no one plays. Well, this is how it needs to be done. I don't expect you to be able to pull it off, but this is how it's done,
Well, if anyone's watched The Strain, you might have to go talk to other elder vampires or anyone that's played The Witcher. Hey, you have this vampire and this vampire, and they need to talk, and you start finding out there's a little different layer. I enjoy those games. I want the players to interact, and I want them to have to think, but I also want to you're going to have to go on your adventures. You're going to have to do your studying, and I think part of the problem is that we have this linear aspect of, and I know Gygax did this, is every time he showed up, one day in real life equaled one day in game. Whereas for me is, I guess it kind of works out, is I like to...
That was just retarded.
Yeah, I can't watch.
Well, I mean, I understand why he did it, because he was playing with huge groups every day.
Right.
And you could do that, but for me, if I'm lucky, try and get players together, let alone a place to go. I kind of like the idea, was it Pendragon or something, where you play it per season. You play 1 year. And once that part is done for the year, you all go back to the castle during winter and you wait, and then you wait until summer. And so you get a faster progression in that aspect. And I would like to see some of that. You're now elderly. It's time for your children to come in. Okay, that sounds great. Anyway.
Well, that's another problem. Is nobody wants to do that. That generational thing. That's like they get too attached to a character and think that's it. That's the only character they're ever going to play because they put some work into it. Therefore, it's got to be their masterpiece. You can't make a masterpiece omelet without cracking some eggs and spilling them on the floor. You've got to fail. Otherwise, it's literally just given to you. Like I said earlier, without character death, whether it's of old age or otherwise, everything else is kind of meaningless because they're just going to be Superman in a never-ending adventure of what's the next challenge. Oh, I walk through that to go to the next challenge, which I walk through that, but the whole time, my McScrooge vault is getting more and more full to the point where, okay, now I'm king of the world, literally, and nothing can hurt me.
Well, then you introduce IRS, and they, you go after their ass.
Well, I understand that there's that domain level play, but the problem I've had is actually a little bit different than yours, where they want to play the same character over and over. The problem that I have a lot of times is you're trying to set up the whole storyline for the characters during the campaign, and people instead of sitting down and trying to really figure out how to gel with the group, they'll play a few months and then go, I'm kind of tired of this character, and that character drops off, and then they make a new character, and you kind of want, especially as a GM, I would like to incorporate your stories and your background, and I'm not saying everything has to be fully fleshed out, but my idea has always been, and I know that I was talking to DM James about this, was throw a lot of work onto the players. If you have a player that shows up a lot, you know what? Which city are you from? Okay, you design that city. I will tweak it, but you do everything, like on who are the big players and everything, and then I'll add all my little stuff that's not known by the player, because it's not any different than what we think goes on in Washington D.C. And then your DM comes in and it's like, oh, you don't know he's this, and then I'm going to add this. But they can create that aspect, and then they feel that they're part of the world. One is that it incorporates them in the world, and since they have a vested interest, they aren't changing characters every time.
Well, I will do that. Like if I'm running my Dresden Files campaign out Pathfinder, because I just know Pathfinder and I can pork it enough, where I'll base it out of Chicago, Illinois, and if I get characters like, well, I'm from whatever city, I'm like, okay. We'll have adventure there. For one reason or the other, your character is having to go there because of whatever, and I will work it around my characters. I have no problem per se building my world for my characters if it is a more sandbox campaign.
Well, what I'm saying in this case is your characters or your players are building your world for you.
Yeah.
And then you're coming back over and say, okay, give me your notes and understand I'm going to tweak it. And you do have the authorization and veto power. But for the most part, really, you'll find players a lot of times will spend, and boy, that cuts a lot of work out of for you. It's like buying someone else's module, except they're doing it for you for free. And you're like, oh,
that's not a bad idea if they're up to it. But, again, with so many other things out there, to tempt them away from the hobby, I see more and more people, doing like you said, they make up a character, and after a couple of games, they're not happy. The DM is not happy because the players aren't happy, and eventually, this hobby is just going to have a never-ending need for new players because people get disillusioned with it. Think about it. Think about this. AD&D lasted 16 years without a revision, without a second edition. Second edition lasted less than that. And how long has it been since between fourth and fifth edition? Well, like 5-6 years.
Well, let's see. I'm gonna go through it because I think if you look at 79 to 87 was first edition. The white box
16 years. According to the second edition book.
No, I mean when I'm looking at it, because the second edition I know came out in like 87 or 88 because I was in high school at the time, and that was it may have been 88, but it was from 79. If you look at like the DMG and and then the white box.
I think they're going by the Monster Manual because that was the first book.
Was that
78? Which I thought that was like 76 or 78.
I thought it was 70. You have it. I don't have it with me, but the white box I know came out, in 74. And then I think Advanced Dungeons and Dragons came out. I'm going to call it 79. I could be wrong, but I'll say it's 79. And then the basic, which is like, I know that one lasts a long time, which is probably still, in my opinion, looking at it from a game design, I think basic was the best of all of them. I think the problem is that if AD&D worked really well for a tournament and they really went into a lot of depth and detail, but I'm not sure it really made for a better game. It made better simulation, but I was, first. But when I look at the characters, this is what I liked. I'm like,
Didn't basic only go up to first to fourth level though?
basic did, but then expert went up to 14th.
Oh,
And
okay.
then
So you're including that. I thought you were just talking about the blue basic book, which was really just the white box reformatted.
it was first through third level, and then you were supposed to go to expert. But I thought that worked out pretty well when you look at it, because really, once you kind of outgrown basic, oh look, I can go to expert, and then after that, technically you could go to the other ones, which I never got the companion. I did get the encyclopedia somewhere. It's I bet I've not even really read the whole thing, but I did like the fact that you did the expert, and I still love Isle of Dread is one of my favorites.
Yeah, I
Just
love that one too. I can't get past races class. I can't get into it because you got to understand. I run if it's my choice, I'm running an elf, and I want choices other than just being an elf.
I
Um,
I'm going to bring a little
it
bit.
just killed me.
I'm going to bring the other opposite effect on that, which is because it's an elf, it encourages people to play humans, because that's all you can be as an elf. You can't have any other selection.
Yeah, I would never have players. I can't remember the last player that wanted to run a human. That's just my group. Um, and with AD&D, the choices for elves, they weren't unlimited like humans. You could run clerics, you could run druids, you could run thieves, assassins, rangers, bards. Um, what am I missing?
Could you run clerics before you UA? I can't remember, as an elf.
Yeah, you could run. There were elven clerics in AD&D.
No. I mean, saying for the player's handbook, because I know that there were dwarven clerics, but that was NPC. Which, to be honest, we all ignored that. We're like, of course you'll be a
Right.
fighter.
You know what? You may be right in the AD&D book, but I also count Unearthed as part of AD&D, and so many people hate that book. But for me, that was like, okay, this is the what was missing from the player's handbook. Because who doesn't like the barbarian and the cavalier? The thief acrobat, what it did for the druid was stunning.
And see, that's where I'm coming from. Is I have to go look at, like, which is the better game. I don't agree. I don't disagree with it, which I think is happening in 5e now, which is players see the additions and they're like, well, if you're not going to let me do this, I'm going to go in someone else's game. And it really hurts because now players are buying books, and players want to be able to play in the books that they bought. Whereas it used to be the DM bought all the books, and the players might buy one or two books.
Right. God forbid you got caught with a monster manual as a player. That was tantamount to cheating.
Well, so was the Dungeon Master's Guide. I mean, that's what gets me. But as to be fair, the groups I ran with, we all wanted to be DMs at some point. So we tend to get everything. So, yeah, if we had 5 players, odds are 4 of them at some point wanted to be a DM. I mean, that's
I never had that. I wish to God I did. Out of what I'm going to call my top 20 favorite friend players, there were only 2. One passed away at a very young age, and the other one he quit after I played one game with him.
I think that for mine, what really happened is we all didn't like the way that someone DM'd, and so that we would run to be the DM, then someone else would bring a different game system, and they'd run the DM. I mean, that's the way that my groups were, and like my friend loved Shadowrun. I hated first edition Shadowrun.
I really couldn't get into Shadowrun. I tried, but it was just, which is weird because then a couple years later, or whatever, I got into Rifts, but it was too. And mind you, I have tons of worlds in my sci-fi games that are just like it, but for some reason at the time I just couldn't get into it. And I played Cyberpunk, I played Rifts, I played Traveler, I played what was that, Dragon Star, which is AD&D in space, way back in the D20 system. But I just couldn't get into that game. But I could see how it would be a lot of fun. It was just bad timing for me.
And for me, well, you're absolutely right. There's been a lot of things. Like I know that, I know Max loves Earth Dawn. I had the first edition Earth Dawn book, and I couldn't get into it because I didn't like the things that he loves about it were some of the mechanics I despised about it, which was the what is the different dice? Because I'm like, I can't remember all of these different ones. And then you roll this die, and you roll that die, and I'm like, oh, okay.
It's there's that it's kind of a contradiction, when you think about it, because it's super high magic, but he can't do super high magic in other games, which is okay because I don't really like adding magic to certain situations myself. It's just one of those things that just clicks with us, and someday someone's going to figure out how to make the game that clicks with everybody, and then we're all screwed because then we're going to be Magic the Gathering players.
That's what I never want. And to be honest, I do like these new innovative systems. Everyone's like, and I don't blame people that say, I had to sneak Conan into my 5e group. We were playing, and I said, and they're all kind of like, they don't want to try any new systems. So I said, okay, what we'll do is we'll try a new system every Friday. That's one shot Fridays. And I would prepare, and I did it, and the Pit of Cthulhu, which I really enjoy, because it's classic Conan, and his wife liked it. Well, his girlfriend at the time, but it's now his wife. His wife liked it. He liked it. My archaeologist friend liked it. I said, okay, this is a game I really like. It was easy for everyone to understand. The rules were fairly simple, and that's what I learned is a lot of games, and this is the problem that I want to call like the high bar of entry, which Palladium is one of those higher bars of entry to get into, is players, if that's not their first game, it is hard for them to learn it, especially with 5e, which 5e is fairly complicated when you look at like all the different things. I know that
it's weird because I'm pretty certain that I could get any group to love a game that I love, because that's the key. If you have the excitement and the enthusiasm for everything that they're doing and show them how great it can be without just, murdering them outright and making them feel stupid because they didn't understand the rules, etc. You got to kind of, tease them along and lure them in for their own good, so to speak.
Well, that's
because otherwise there's no game that night.
Well, that's why I tried the one-shot Fridays, because they didn't like a system. It was gone. I mean, that's the thing that I did. And to be fair, I made sure that I printed out all of the quick start rules. Everyone had a copy of it. Everyone had.
Well, see, is it really the rules, or is it the setting? Because I'm always, that's what gets me into a new game, is a new setting.
But we're looking at the DM standpoint. I'm saying from a player standpoint, and I'm not saying you're wrong. But if they want to play fantasy, there are hundreds of fantasy games out there. But what I'm trying to say is, if it's an easy system to get them into where they understand it intellectually, that the big thing is how to wrap their head around it. And everyone's different. I'll be honest, as an engineer, especially as a young kid, not as an engineer, but as a young kid where I loved having math, I thought I wanted simulationist. The more you can do, the more charts and everything else, the better. And as I get older, I begin to realize if players can understand instinctively within the first 5 minutes, it's much easier for them to get into it. But 5e tends to be what sucks players in first. I'm not, and I have lots of problems with the system. 5e sucks players in first. Most of them become relative experts in it, and because they become relative experts, they don't want to learn a new system. So I have to work with something. Like I said, is everyone's talking about all these people. Look, I love 5e players in many cases, but I have to go and put like a little ice cream cart and say, hey, look, little girl, would you like some candy? And come over here to this playground where we can all.
Don't clip that.
I know, but I mean, but that's the whole thing. That's the but you're luring them away from 5e and saying, okay, why don't you try some other systems? And there are some, and if it's relatively simple and they grasp it, and you make it easy for them, then that's not the problem. I think the problem that you get is whether it's Pathfinder or some of these others, players know how to optimize characters. And when it's Amber and stuff, when the optimization is less important than what action they think works, that brings them in. And if the system allows that helps as well. And that's what I'm trying.
That's what's so great about the old games, whether it be Star Frontiers or Traveler. Yeah. They both, there is no optimization. You know what I mean? The optimization is making the character that you want to play. making a character that you connect with. If all you care about is combat, you're missing 90% of the game.
Well,
If
but
all you want to do is be a DPS kind of character, then you'd be better off playing a video game, because I don't want to cater to your needs over the needs of the many in the group. There are going to be people who don't want to don't give a rat's ass about the combat. They want to do these other things, and that's what a good group is made out of. If you think of like the Fantastic Four, they're not all combat monsters.
well,
No,
with Traveler and Star Frontiers, and I'm sure you remember this. Oh, I've got a laser rifle. I'm going to use a clip. I'll just turn it up to 20 if I fight a big monster. Just pray you hit. But monsters went down really fast for that. The thing is, you had a certain number of clips. So now you're doing the resource management from aspect, but the skills were pretty easy to understand. What is your stat plus whatever your skill bonus is, and then you have a subtraction. It's been a while, and they go, oh, okay. Players understand that instinctively. The same thing with Traveler. Oh, you mean I roll the dice, I add my skill, and as long as I get above this number, I'm okay. And that Traveler has very simple. And to be fair, it took me, I didn't even look at Traveler until this year, but I understand what the appeal for it is. And as much, I don't have to do, Traveler has tons and tons of rules, but how many of them are actually necessary?
Like pages worth.
Exactly.
That's one of the things I like about Traveler so much, and that system is the life path, because you get to decide when you're ready to play by the rules. And there's a couple other games out there like that where you don't have to run the farm boy, even though other couple of players want to be the zero to hero. You want to play the grizzled veteran, and you know what? You both stand the same snowball's chance in hell as everybody else does in surviving 6 combats in a row without a break. No, that's not how it works.
And again, it's Traveler's left hope, and I think Star Frontiers was, but I think there's a lot of things. But it's easy to explain the system to new players, so new players are not intimidated. I hate saying it when you suddenly come in and you got a book this thick, and perfect examples like Rollmaster, some of these others. Oh, this is how you have to do it, and then just like and the other part that comes down to it is, and this is why. I know I fight with Crafty and Max about character creation for Conan. If you follow the character creator on Conan, and I know they're like, well, you don't really learn it. I don't want players to learn. What I want players to do is pick what sounds cool. And instead of trying to optimize where they're thinking 7 paths down the road, you have the I won't call it paralysis by, you have so many options. You have paralysis. If I narrow paralysis. Yeah, exactly. If it's very narrow, I'll do this. Okay. They're not thinking down 7 rows. They're thinking, okay, well, here and then here. And okay, then I have 5 from here. Then I'll go here. And then I'll go here. And then I'll go here. And your character's still viable. And the same thing happened with Star Frontiers. And I think that's but to be fair, all these systems also encourage players via experience, not necessarily to do combat. In Star Frontiers, it was like, how useful were you in the party? If you were the healer, you could still get 3 XP, which was as much as the fighter got for fighting. The fire, and I think that's the part that where Palladium really did well in their XP system, and where I'd rather use if Conall ever gets Palladium, go look at their XP system. Well, no, I'm not trying to be demean. The reason I mention it is, ignoring the rest of the rules, because as I get older, I realize that they're getting way, way too complicated, and it takes a while, and there are too many. I get 8 attacks, and then some of them, and I get an automatic dodge, and I get this, and I get an automatic parry, and I get this one, and you just
Palladium sucks for that. I hate the combat in Palladium, to be honest.
But the experience system and the alignment system are probably the 2 shining jewels in there. When you
absolutely.
Absolutely.
And I like the skill system too. It works. It gives you. If all your percentages were like first level thief and AD&D, you wouldn't go into the frickin' dungeon. You know what I mean? I try to open a lock and I fail, 7 out of 10 times. I'm not really that useful. You guys want to hire somebody else and drag somebody else along, but that's Palladium. You start out with 70s and percents in your skills. That makes sense why you're an adventurer. You're not some greenhorn who doesn't know his way around a freaking adventure. You need to but the play style is going to vary. There's going to be people who want to be the farm boy. There's going to be people who want to be Han Solo, and there's going to be people who want to be Obi-Wan. And at the start of the game, they're all in the story.
Like I said, I agree with you about the life paths. I like seeing some of those. I like seeing some of the options, but I think those are the people want to play what they see on the movie. I don't know what Conall, when you play, what really do you want? I know you have been a DM forever. When you play, what is it that you're seeking from the game besides fellowship with the other players?
I have a concept for a character that I keep playing with, that I play almost not all the time, but I have a concept, and every time I get to play as a player, I keep not running the same character, but running the same style character until I can get it nailed down to where I think it should be. So it's more of a
No. We're not talking about that. Is when you play, what are you looking for from the game?
I'm looking for a good story. I'm looking for me actually being functional in the story, where I've been in a few campaigns where I'm just basically sitting around with my thumb up my ass because all they want to do is RP, RP, RP. And that's fine. I mean, there's nothing with RP, but I like a good 75-25 mix when it comes to campaign. I like there to be about 75%, not 75, let's say 60-40. 60% role play, 40% combat.
And for me, I like the challenges, whatever it is. Now, sometimes I like the logistics. I like Forbidden Lands because it abstracts.
Yeah, I'm like 25-75, 25% combat tops.
For me, I like having the interaction. I like having to me, I like hearing the world that I'm going to be exploring. And I know that Shadow doesn't like puzzles so much. I do, though. I think there are certain ways to handle that. I think in some ways, this is the problem I think that sometimes the DMs have, is they expect the characters to be as smart as the ones that are the players to be as smart as their characters in certain cases, or things like that. And I went, well, what you could do is, here, you get a chance to solve it. If I see that you're stuck, what I'll do is, depending on your intelligence, I'll give you additional clues that make it much easier for that. But I don't want to take it away from you. But if you're stuck, here's some, here's a couple of clues for anyone that's played like Zork and stuff, and those old ones that we used to play. Here's enough clues that hopefully that will answer it. And if you still don't get it, then maybe maybe we'll just move along, and that won't be critical to doing it. But I have always enjoyed puzzles like, well, what do I have to move? What do I have to do here? Those are things that I like. Some of the old Myst stuff, not in all of it, some of that stuff.
Right. But I get that. The problem I have with some of my players is, some of my players are really smart. Like, I'm not going to say names, but I got a couple doctors and a couple lawyers that like to play at the game I work at, the shop I work at. And I have to keep telling them, like, I know you're brilliant. I'm not questioning your intelligence. I'm questioning the character's intelligence. And there's somewhere, but I am my character. No, because when you leave here tonight, you're not getting on your horse and riding it home. You're getting into your car, and doing tomorrow's activities. You're not, scaling the castle or whatever. But that's always been my hang up with some players. I'm like, yeah, I get it. You're smart, but sometimes your characters aren't.
Well, you're right.
And you're not your characters. I mean, there are games out there, Villains and Vigilantes, where you play yourself. But if you're not playing yourself, you're not playing yourself. And if that's all you can do is play yourself, then you need to watch a couple of videos of the new D&D 1 reaction videos just to see why that's not what's going on in this game. If you want to play yourself, that's cool. We'll do that once. Get it out of your system. And when I kill you, don't come bitching to me that I traumatized you because that's not what you're supposed to be doing in the first place. You're supposed to be pretending to be somebody else.
You know what?
Complete.
I have no. I'm going to be a little bit different. That's fine. You can play yourself. I really don't care. I really don't. But what I'd like you to do is immerse yourself in the world as you being in that world and going forward from there. I really don't. I'm not against it because I know that some people they're trying to explore and things. Especially, I noticed that some of the younger ones they aren't sure in who they are, let alone trying to role play somebody else.
Sure. And whether you forbid it or not, you can't control what people are imagining. If their face is on that character sheet, I get that, but you don't know the same things. Okay, and I'm guilty of this just as much as anybody else because I'm a hardcore survival nut, and I know things that I guarantee my characters would never know. But I'm going to try and sneak them in there from time to time because that's what I know. And you're going to prove that my character doesn't know that. And then we waste time in the game, etc.
Okay, I'll give you that. I mean, it's one thing to say, okay, as an engineer, I'm going to build this. No, your character doesn't have that skill.
Oh.
Yeah, you're smart, but I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to say from that standpoint. I'm trying to go, as a player, I don't really care if Conall's going to play himself as in the D&D, as long as he realizes that the skills that are not appropriate for that time period he's not going to have.
Well, if I'm playing myself in a campaign, I'm going to take the Robert. I can't pronounce the last name to save my life. Well, anyways, I'm going to eat, drink, and whore myself into an early death.
Well, and to be fair, we would make sure that you have a good knee.
Yeah.
I mean, now there are times like you're talking about where I've gone over and I've looked at some of the characters and said, you know what, I want a character with a bad knee. And because of that, he's going to pull a gun first. He's not going to try getting into a fight. He's not going to try being this badass. It's just like it's the old, if you're going to pick a fight, I'm going to shoot you, and we're going to be done with it. But I kind of, but I said that's kind of what I like doing. But yeah, you're right. It's I don't want you saying, well, my character, I'm a chemist and I know how to make gunpowder. No, you don't. Okay,
well, that's cool if the material to make gunpowder was actually existent in that time period. Or if you're if I was playing an Asian-based campaign, I'm like, you can make fireworks, sure. Explosives, sure. Why not?
But me is that's one of the things I hate about Forgotten Realms in Second Edition. I'm sure Shadow remembers this. Is I didn't mind Forgotten Realms in First Edition, but when they went to Second Edition and they started doing retconning so they could allow arquebuses, I wanted to strangle them so badly. I said, this makes no sense. You have removed a lot of stuff. And that was the problem that I had with it is allow arquebus, but the ones I think that do it well, oddly enough, is Warhammer Fantasy role-playing game because it's set more of in a Renaissance style. And that's fine. Okay, you get a gun. Bang. Okay, now what do? I pull out my sword. That's
well, I don't know if you remember, but the original D&D DMG had a conversion for Boot Hill, and therefore gave me the stats of the revolver and dynamite, etc. So I threw those in my game as quick as possible because I like the Old West anyways, and I wanted to evolve my society up to the 1800s kind of technology in my main game world. The one my son's in, kind of the same thing too, but that's just because we got we enjoy that sort of thing, and it doesn't take anything away from the game. But Gygax made that mistake, and it helped mold me, because I could have been more into Gamma World, which was also in the DMG, but not so much.
Here's the problem. I never saw Gamma World. The only Gamma World I ever saw was from Dragon Magazine. So they had these cool looking monsters, but I never found the rules. And to be fair, you have to look at where I was growing up. Most of our areas were either military, which was limited by their BX or PX, or like if I was in Radcliffe, Kentucky, which had 9,000 people besides the Army base. So you weren't finding a lot of things there. It was TSR and that was it.
Gamma World was TSR.
Well, no, but I mean, it was Star
Oh,
Frontiers and D&D, and that was it. And Star
oh, no
Frontiers.
Boot Hill or no Boot Hill, no Top Secret. Oh,
No, I
darn.
found Top Secret. I found Top Secret somewhere. I can't remember. I think it was in Germany. Because they would buy like one, but you had to go to all these different bases hoping to find what was different. But I had Top Secret. I found Nighthawks, and but those weren't too. But Boot Hill wasn't that common. Gamma World, I never saw.
Nor was it really very popular, so I get that.
Well, and it was an older thing. Well, no, if you look back at the old white box for D&D, go look. It actually has stuff for John Carter. It talks about like Martians, like green Martians and red Martians. I said, oh, okay.
I've got that. I've got the TSR version of John Carter, and it's a god awful nightmare. But yeah, I've got it, and it wasn't really a role playing game.
No, I mean,
you mean the D&D book?
The 74 version has like green Martians and red Martians.
Where? The D&D's book?
The white box.
The first 3 books, Men and Magic.
I think so. I believe.
Really, because I have those, and I don't. Excuse me. I have those. I recently read them, and I don't remember that, but maybe I just didn't understand. Like they like disguised it, maybe.
Sure, it was. Well, like most things, they kind of assumed you knew what was in there. That's the problem with a lot of this is, when we're growing up with this, 5e has tons of support. We have YouTube and everything else. When I was growing up, there was a Dungeon Master's Guide and 13-year-olds that acted as people that knew a little bit more than we did. And I'm not saying they knew any more than we did.
Even 3.5, there was still none of this. It was, you had your DM that was supposed to know more than you. God forbid you buy any books other than Player's Handbook or whatever side book, Races of the Wild, Races of the Stone, so forth and so on. But if you had anything close to the Dungeon Master or the Monster Nomicons, whatever they were called, it was almost a sin. And that really came to an end, I want to say, during the Pathfinder era, when it was okay for players to have all the fucking books.
Well, and to be fair, what is it? And when I looked over it when the Trove was still up, because I would look at the different PDFs and decide if I'd want them. When I looked at Pathfinder, it was like a 630-page book, and I assume there were monsters in there and other stuff. It was a completely contained game, if I remember correctly.
No, not Pathfinder. Pathfinder, the core, it's like Pathfinder was like 3.5. You had the DMG, you had the handbook, and you got the first bestiarity, and that's all you needed to run a campaign. Then it came out with, we could throw more monsters into the mix. So, and then the list of books just kept going and going and going.
I don't mind, there are some things that, as much as I hate 2E about, which was all the little player guides, the stuff that they had for, I want to call them the navy blue books. I called them black, but okay, they were really navy blue.
Right. Like Ships in the Sea.
I like those because that gave DMs advice on how to do this or how to build a castle.
Right. Those were good books.
And then the other one I liked was the green books. Those to me were excellent for the DM on how to run a game. On those, I think, was Catacombs. The green books had a lot of stuff, or it had different settings, and so
I thought it was like more historical based stuff.
I can't remember which ones are which, but you're right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the green ones are historical. The blue ones were like castles and ships and things like that, which are worth a freaking ton of money. But I avoided the green ones like the plague because I didn't want to use any historical references whatsoever. Because then I might as well be playing a historical war game, in my opinion, back then. And I just wasn't a history guy. I still have no use for it. I can get into some things, but it's going to be a one and done, and I'm going to want to go back to something completely fantastical, whether it's science fiction or fantasy.
That's what I was trying to go for, is because I like a lower fantasy game, a little bit more gritty. That I kind of like the historic aspect, which is actually, to be fair, as much as people, when I hear Max talk about Conan being gods, I'm like, did you actually read the Conan stories? Because
no, he has. See, that's the thing. Yeah. He's only watched the movie, and there's so many of the great classics. He's never read Elric, Never read Conan. I don't know about Lovecraft. Definitely didn't read Amber. And these are some of the things, or John Carter, which are all, like foundational cornerstones of D&D. Without, Burroughs, Howard, Tolkien,
Lieber.
Zelazny, Lieber. Yeah, he's never read those either. I'm like, what the hell were you reading?
Well, and I'm okay with
he turned out fine. And he knows what he's doing, et cetera. But you like skipped over, because he also skipped over 1E, and you skipped over some of the foundational pieces that made the hobby exist. Period.
And I again, I'm not faulty because a lot of those I haven't read myself. Like Elric, I've heard a lot about Elric. I haven't read it, but I read all this. But I think that's part of the problem now with 5e. Where is their appendix N? I remember reading Vampire, and Vampire had a big long list of books they recommended reading.
They'll eventually hit the wall. God only knows when, but like all systems, all editions, they'll eventually hit the wall. But it's up to the DM to say, okay, I'm allowing only 10 races. I'm allowing these books. You can, first to 101 edition, it will always fall under. Now, I'm not trying to be preachy, but this has always been my opinion. It's always the DM's prerogative to say yes, no, no, yes. The moment you take that away from the DM, then why have the game? And I run for younger people. And I hear Shadow, and I understand where Shadow's coming from, and I've heard other people saying it. Well, if I can't play this, then I'm not going to play.
I'd be like, fine, there's the door.
You're right. But for player-wise, in the shop at least, I might get one of those players out of every 40. It's not.
Well, but and to be fair and I think this is what comes down to it is, when I was with my players, they're like, well, we'll run our own game. And that's why I said that all of us had our own. That's why we had like 4 DMs all playing.
Oh yeah.
But you're right, Conall, is if they're coming over to a store, they want to play. And if someone is turning if they go, well, I don't want to play in your game, guess what? There's no DM there because they're paying you to be DM. That it makes a big difference in there because even for myself is if I think I have probably like 5 or 6 people that are willing to play at work. I have to make sure that I keep every one of them happy. and I don't mean this. I don't mean it in a bad way, but
No, I completely understand. It was like,
right. If your players hate the game, they're not going to play.
Right. And that's what I was able to sneak in that Fridays because they knew if they hated the system, it was never coming back. They weren't stuck in it. And that made a big difference for getting people trying new games. But I also want to make sure that they were, I don't want to call them rules light games because Conan isn't that rules light in certain areas, but it was very flexible games that they could understand intuitively. Like when I bring out a character sheet for Conan, you know what's going on. It's like, okay, what do you want to do? Whatever you do, I'll determine how hard it is. If you make something easier, it gets easy. If you give a good explanation of how you do it, it's easier. If you don't, it gets harder. And the thing with the Conan DMing is you have to feel good about changing things around. It gives you some of it, but you have to go, well, that's a difficulty 0, that's a difficulty 1, that's a difficulty 2. Oh, you're doing this. Okay, that sounds easier. I'll let you do that. If someone really wants to do something weird, like, okay, that's a difficulty 5, plus you have to spend momentum, plus you have to do this. But again, but the other one I liked was Scum and Villainy. Now, we can all talk, it's probably made by one of these people that hates us, I'll be fair, but I thought the game was done very, very well. The other one I liked, done by the same people, was Band of Blades. Again, I think that sometimes I wonder if they really hate us or if they're just, it's just like when in school, where I'm going to be with the cool kids because if I'm not, then I'm going to be ostracized. And I think that's a lot of what's going on too.
Well, I know a lot of you guys, and I'm not trying to target anybody out with this next statement, but I know people have said, oh, don't buy games from people that hate you. And my response to this, and my response to this is they don't know you. They don't care about you. If they don't hate you, they're just trying to line their pockets. It is up to you to say yes or no to buying those books. And I mean, everybody else.
Right, right. I mean, you could say that about anything, but can you say that if you met them, they would still like you?
You know what? Here's the funny thing. I've interacted with some of these people, and they're super nice. And sometimes I think it's an act. To be fair, I don't mean being super nice. I'm thinking this virtue signaling is when you take people away from the whole Twitter universe. People are generally like, oh, okay, well, I'll do this, but it's this hyper. What I want to say when they're really virtue signaling, so they can get likes and things from people. It's that social aspect. Well, it's the same thing. Even to be fair, I was ostracized somewhat as a kid in middle school. People were nice to me one-on-one, but boy, once it was in a group and you're the lowest kid on the totem pole,
herd mentality kicks in, or the clique, or frat boyism. It's a whole different subject. But the moment you grab a person out of any of those scenarios, they could be your next real best friend. Twitter's not D&D. Facebook is not D&D. Any of these social medias is not D&D, Pathfinder, RPG. Hate feeds hate. They finally have a place where they can bitch and moan about stupid shit, and this is what you get.
Well, and I'm going to be honest about this, regardless of how I feel about someone. And I know that Shadow, and he has a good point about if you know the real background for some people. I said, well, okay, that's fine. I understand that. And I don't want to support people that they're doing bad things, to be fair on this. But you don't know sometimes these things come up. But part of it is I'm going to have to take things, if I remove all of those and say, okay, I'm going to be an objective person. Do I think this is a good game, or does it have a great concept? Yes. And I'll be honest, Scum and Villainy scratches the itch. If you want to play Star Wars, if you want to play Cowboy Bebop, or you want to play Firefly.
Ooh.
I mean, well,
okay.
No. I mean, it's such a simple system for anyone that's done Band of the Blades in the Dark. It's very simple to understand. I was able to get my players through it. I do understand after running it, which I ran it for 2 players. I was supposed to have a third, but the guy's wife was not feeling well, so she was in the back room. But it worked out, and I realized, okay, really you need 4 or 5, and there's a certain point where certain systems break down when you get too many. Just like I think that the edition D&D breaks down when you have too few. I think first edition D&D, while basic may have required 4, advanced really requires, if you look at it, probably 8. And I think each one was, and this was my feeling, and again, I could be completely wrong, was that there was supposed to be a magic wizard that was for combat and a magic wizard for utility. And that's the way that they were going to go through it. And then the same thing was going to happen with clerics. You had the healing cleric and you had the utility cleric. And those two were going, and I mean, they were kind of frontline fighters. And that was kind of the idea that you're going to have in there was, oh, if one magic user goes down, you still at least have another one. And maybe he has that spell book. He'll grab that spell book and he can read, whatever wizard was dead. And you're like, oh, okay. And I think that was a bit different because they didn't have to use all their spells. They didn't have to do all this. And a lot of them were probably throwing darts and daggers from behind. But, I found that was interesting. But like I said, is looking at where games break down, again, Scum and Villainy to me was excellent for doing it because it was simple. I could get the feel of all of those games like Firefly or Star Wars because.
But couldn't you do that with any system? I mean, I can run any sci-fi game and make it feel like any IP out there if I try. I don't need to buy I don't need to buy the Firefly game to make my games feel like Firefly because I bought the Firefly game and I read it and I'm like, I can do this with Traveler. I can do this with
I think I don't disagree with you on that. Actually, is I think that certain systems work better than others, but in enough time you can do it. And then like for the Alien, it's not that I don't think that there are other RPGs that could do Alien, but the Free League version of doing it, fantastic. And what I'm saying is Villainy, I think it does a really good job. But I'll say the D6 Star Wars probably does Star Wars better than anything else.
Now,
Yeah.
when you say alien, do you mean xenomorph aliens or aliens gray, green, blue?
I'll show you in 1 second here. Just,
I'm saying all these
He
colors.
means alien. He means Ripley, and then
Okay.
Nostromo. Yeah.
See, that right there, I would love to do it, an alien campaign. I just don't have anybody in this area that would be interested in it. Oh yeah, that right there, that gets me going. But yeah, no, jokingly, I not joking. My first movie I remember seeing in theater was with my mom, and it was Alien,
oh, I saw it with my dad. I remember.
and I was like maybe less than 5 years old.
Oh wow, yeah. Well, that's kind of. I was 12 or 13.
So there was this meme on Facebook, really quick. What was your first? What was your first media? What was the first time in movies or TV shows or whatever that you saw death? And I just put a picture of the xenomorph egg, and I was like, oh my god.
well. Here's the funny thing. You know, we're talking about.
That'd be Dirty Harry for me.
Well, no. We were talking about. Well, who knows? Because I watched so much on TV. Who knows what I saw when I was young? But I mean, but you know, for the alien stuff, even my friends who don't really like sci-fi want to play Alien because the IP is so strong. But the stress mechanic, and I don't remember if it was, Rob or DM James. Someone said when it goes wrong in a bad way. I said, yeah, okay, I can understand where they're complaining about it, but I like it for this, especially these one shots that they have, because because what they do is it goes in, because they actually follow, and I have to give credit for this. They actually follow the 3-act. Act 1, you're kind of learning what's going on. Act 2, things are building up, and then Act 3 is the conclusion, and they give you different objective cards. Now, you know, when you go through, it's like, oh, this is my card. I'll give you an example. It's like, oh, you have a xenomorph egg. You don't realize you have it. You know something's wrong with you. You're trying to do it. And then Act 2, it says, you know that something's going in you. You need to get it out. And then Act 3, it says, basically, like when it pulls the card, is you're dead. And so that's encouraging your character to go through. That was just one of the examples, but there's another one, find the money. And then the next one is make sure no one knows that you stole the money. And the third one is make sure that you get off the ship. You know, and another one was like blow up the ship. So, you know, but what I like about it is even if there's player conflict, they build it up slowly so the players aren't trying to, you know, this is the problem I have with whenever they talk about PvP. I don't mind PvP if it is in character and it's not derailing the game. And then at the end of the campaign is when the two players will face off and one will survive and one won't, or maybe both will die. I'm okay with that. And that's kind of how these work.
I think things like that, though, really need to be discussed before the game starts. You know, to the point where I will allow it, I will not allow it. If you try it, you're out.
Well, I agree with you, but that's my point is, as the problem that I notice all too often is, and this is what gets me mad about any character that does it. I said, you understand when you pull a knife out and you're going to stab someone just because you think it's a D4 hit points and they have 40 hit points. I said, we're not playing that game. I said, that's a duel to the death. You don't stab someone by, you know, that way. And the other part is, as a DM, and again, if players want to do that, okay, but I'm going to tell them you have to keep it at a slow simmer as it slowly goes. You know, a perfect example was not that it's the greatest, but if you ever watched, like, you know, the earlier season for Game of Thrones, you could tell. Yeah, earlier seasons. By the time you got to the end, it was crap. But,
well, I'm actually rewatching the first season of Game of Thrones right now. That's where that reaction was coming from.
Yeah, but I mean, but it slowly builds up. So you're waiting and waiting and waiting, and you know you're hoping. And only I'll give you a good example is not that it was the great season, but when you finally had the Mountain versus the Hound. You know, when he finally fights his brother.
Oh, at the end.
Yeah. Again, not the best combat scene, but if you notice. They didn't. It wasn't early. You know that's what I mean is if you're going to have players go through each other, or let's assume it's Arya or something. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to kill the character until near the end of the campaign, and that doesn't mean that you're allowed to stab them or anything else. It has to be a slow build up. You're allowed to fight with each other. You're allowed to argue. You're allowed to do some of these things. I want you to role play it that you don't like, but you're not allowed. And it's not until the end. When we're nearing the end of the campaign, are you allowed to take each other out? and only in that point are we going to discuss it. But I want it to be well played. And the problem that I have all too often is most players don't want to do that because they don't want to spend, 6 to 12 months building that up. I said, well, okay, then no PvP. I don't want any of this inter-party conflict crap.
I mean, I was in a campaign. It was 3.5 days. I was in a campaign, and I really did not like the guy next to me as a person. And I even hated his character even worse. But I understood the concept of Nikolai Machiavelli, the long game, how to put all the pieces where you need to be. And I didn't kill his character per se, but I left him without an out.
I'm going to give you a good example of what happened to me. I was in 8th grade, and I moved to a new place. I was picked on, which, to be fair, I was the weird kid. Everything else. I was picked on. One of the kids, I used to put my book bag under a table so I could go under there and get my stuff out. He decided to block me in. I bit him in the leg because he blocked me in. I mean, I went right into the middle of his thigh, and I got it. I don't apparently created a big bruise or something, but I got him. Right. He never did that to me again. Well, wait a minute. Oddly enough, we decided to play D&D, and he was going to be one of the other characters in there. I went, oh, crap. Anyway, we were going through, and I think we were 3rd or 4th level, and he gets bit, and the DM did not like him. And he was a cavalier. He was like, oh, I'm the biggest, baddest, toughest thing. And I was doing Oriental Adventures Korobokuru Bushi, so you could suddenly boost yourself up 2 levels.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, you may not be familiar with Oriental Adventures, but I know Shadow is.
Anyway, big time.
But anyway, he gets bitten by this giant spider. And I just happened to have the DM allowed me to get all sorts of skills that he should have never let me get. But anyway, so I had like a list of 15 or 16 skills. And everyone ignored me. And if you look at Korobokuru, they got like +1 or +2 to, they got like +1 to strength and +1 to constitution. So it's like 19 and 19. So my character was really strong for this. And everyone thought that I was this little weakling because I wasn't out there trying to show off that I was the biggest, baddest, toughest guy. Anyway, he gets bitten by a giant spider, bites his character in the back, gets poisoned. His character's going to die. And I come in and I asked the GM, I said, okay, I put in my battle axe in between, and I'm going to fling him over. And, the GM knew all of our stats or things. It just, no one thought about my character. Anyway, the next thing that happened was, he's like, well, what's your strength? I said 19. His eyes got real big. And he said, oh, you fling that thing away 20 feet away. I'm like, oh, okay. And this character failed his poison save, so he was going to die. And I come over with my herbalist, and I said, oh, and there was if anyone remembers the old Dragon magazine anthologies, they had the different herbs that you could use, and one of them helps protect against poison. So I put it on there, and I started, having the poultice, so it sucked the poison out. He got a second save and throw, and he made it. And this was he suddenly turns to me, like, I love you, man. I love you. You're great. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, but everyone talks about the negative things of D&D, but that actually got me to the point where this guy who had been picking on me suddenly became less, our antagonism went way down. Because, and there are good aspects to this. And as I get older, some of it just comes down to, and I hate saying that a lot of these newer players are young enough to be my son. You're 30 years younger than I am, or 20 years younger than I am. I'm like, I could have had you, when I was in the military or so, when I was a young.
I don't want to go there. I all it takes is, for them to be, they can be 40 years younger than me, and I could be their dad.
Well, exactly. Well, that's what I mean. But I'm saying, but you can come over there and you say, hey, look, this is not acceptable. You're going to do this. And you can kind of set them on a right path sometimes by telling people to be, you don't have to be necessarily a dick, but you can say, hey, look, this is not acceptable. This is what you're doing. If you don't enjoy it, then you need to leave. Or if you do want to play it, and no one's actually sat down and told them these things as a hey, we're going to talk to you as a man. I'm going to tell you exactly like I would my son. This is not acceptable. I said, I don't have any control over you, but you can leave. And all of a sudden they'll be like, oh, okay. And then they become, they'll adjust their behavior and become decent. And I said, that's what it comes down to. And the other part is, for everyone thinks I'm a killer DM. It's funny because I'm like, no, you're not doing this. No. And part of it was because I was a terrible player. I gotta be honest. I min-maxed. I did everything. And as a DM, since I've seen that, I come over like, look, no, you're not going to do this. It will ruin the game. If someone's trying to railroad us, don't be a dick. You can do that, and you'll notice that people will kind of go, yeah, okay, yeah, I was being a dick. Yeah, you call me out on it. All right, I'll improve. That's sometimes what these kids need is they need some guidance, and because a lot of them don't have a father at home, and so you're the closest thing that's there. And I don't mean that's.
Or they do have a father at home and he's utterly fucking useless.
Oh well,
I've seen that.
Yeah, but we've seen it all. I mean, haven't we? I mean, that's what if you think about other hobbies, you don't get to see as much as we do.
You get more misfits. You get more social misfits in this hobby than you do in anything else. Maybe other than the phone reenactment shit that I do. Or in the kitchen. I know a lot of chefs are misfits, but that's a whole different subject.
Well, no, I think we really do have the opportunity to get to know people, whether even if it's a single serving friendship, we really do get to know and get to know people quicker and more people. I can't really think of too many hobbies. If you're on a team, you get to know the same people, and that's it. Oh, maybe a little better every game, but you then got to go into the next year or season to meet new people, etc. And we're constantly having new people come in and out of our lives through this hobby. And for me personally, I can't even count them. There've literally been so many people that have been at my table rolling dice. I can't picture anything else comparing to that.
I mean, I've had different things. Like I've gone shooting. I find great people there. But what I've noticed for the most part is, and I hate saying this because I know I was this way too. I'm not saying I'm perfect nowadays, but you do get very socially awkward people who are fairly intellectual. So they like doing stuff in their mind, but they're not that good socially. And then they come into this, and sometimes you have to set them aside and say, hey, look, you're going to have to do this. And no one has really sat down and talked to them that way. Like, I remember, not in particular, but I've seen this several times. You get the fat, pudgy kid who's kind of alone. He's been picked on. No one's really stood up for him. And you come over, and it's not that he's a bad guy. He just doesn't know. He laughs awkwardly. He does all this. You're just like, come here, You can kind of guide them. I'm not saying you're trying to be, but you're the one person there that can be a mentor to some of these people, helping improve your social skills. And something it's like, I know you want to be the hero because you're not the hero in real life, but you're gonna.
And you're here.
You're here. Yeah. Well, you're here now. Let some of the other players have that glory too, and you're going to find out that they're not going to kick you out of their game. Because
it's got to be a team thing.
Yeah. But I've also seen players that are 60 years old, and my friend told me about this, that are not. And it's like, look, by this time it's too late. You're out. You know better. And if you haven't learned by now, then stop. Yeah.
It's funny in that when it comes to me, I think it's kind of funny. You guys got into the hobby a whole lot younger than I did. I was in my 20s, to be honest. I'm a latecomer. I had the opportunity to play this game back in high school, but I'd rather chase, skirts than sit around the table with a bunch of guys.
I did both. Sorry.
I would rather chase skirts too, but I wasn't good enough looking or, athletic.
Oh, no. What you don't quite understand is I had this going on. And I was 5'9", roughly 175 pounds, boxing shape. So I wasn't doing too bad in that area. Yeah. And I didn't, but it took me probably 2 summers to kill my accent. A lot of Jerry Springer. Well, I got into
TMI.
I wasn't a jock, like a high school jock, but I was I had better things to do than do this. And no offense to you guys, but this is what that was my bag: boxing, rugby, swimming, chasing skirts. That's all I was interested in. When my knee blew out playing rugby, my life slowed down, and I wasn't getting the
Attention?
wasn't attention, because I was actually never really seeking attention all that much. I know I have that personality, but I'm perfectly fine being by myself. Leave me with a book. I'm perfectly fine. I jokingly said I was a nerd trapped in a jock's body, and so I read a lot. But it was when I wasn't getting the mental charge as I was used to with boxing, because boxing is not a dumb
You
person
mean
sport.
adrenaline?
The adrenaline, yeah, something was missing.
Well,
So,
the tactical aspect of how do I get in? Yeah.
yeah. So I'm sitting at my local college. I'm taking classes for business management because I kind of got the culinary arts thing squared away. I just need to finish the business part of it, which I don't ever want to run my own damn business. God's honest truth. I just don't want it. I don't want to do it. And these guys sitting across from me were joking, having a fun time. And I kind of looked over. I'm like, what are you guys doing? We're playing Dungeons and Dragons. Like, is that the dice game? They're like, yeah, why don't you come over and see, I'll make you a character really quick and get jump into play. And ever since then, I mean, these guys were not horrible guys. I mean, one of them was Jade. And and that was the hook, because the mental research, the mental hooks were there. The tactical aspects of D&D is not like boxing, but it is like boxing to a certain degree. There's a combat aspect of it I get and I appreciate. And it's funny when you're talking about the story about you and the kid. I had a guy back in high school who was just obnoxious as hell. And my history teacher loved me because I don't know why, but actually didn't mean to, but I would correct him on a few things. I'm like, no, that's not exactly right. How do you know this? And I'm like, then I bring in my, the European history book. I'm like, this is technically what happened at Waterloo, not this. And so, anyways, but the kid, one day he leaned over and just ripped ass, and he was in front of me, and he just gives me that smile, like, what are you going to do? Me being cocksure at 16 years old, I slugged him as hard as I could. He fell out of the chair. I'm about ready to go to Dean's office because I just hit a kid. The teacher's like, I didn't see anything. Ryan, pick yourself back up. But anyways, years later, I see the SOB, and he's hanging out with my middle brother, Chris, who has all kinds of physical issues. And he's helping my brother. He's teaching him how to play Shadowrun. And I could have been a dick and just went over there and been an ass. And what I did was I just stood back, watched, looked at my brother. My brother saw me. I'm like, are we good? He gives me the thumbs up, and I just went on my fucking way. Yeah, the guy was obnoxious as hell. I still don't like the son of a bitch, but he was good to my brother.
Well, and you know what I found? This sounds
People change, man.
Well, and sometimes people that have identical personalities to myself, I get along with worse than people that are, because sometimes I can get into, there are times where like this person has almost identical to myself, and we're clashing all the time, and you're like, oh, okay, but you have to understand that, like, I remember, I was dating this Romanian model. Well, she was former Romanian model. Anyway,
sorry. My grandma was Romanian.
Down boy. We'll get the spray gun. Down boy.
Well, this is. Well, I felt the same way. Anyway, we were talking about guns, and I'm big into guns. This is in Chicago, and of course well, it really was. Some of it was because she had a daughter that was the same age as my son. I was trying to look for him. Anyway, that's how I met her. And when we went out on several dates, and really cool, great lady. I have nothing bad to say about her, and her friend, the guy friend who was with his girlfriend anyway, he did not like me at all, and I can't say anything bad about the guy, but boy, I just rubbed him the wrong way, and I said, well, that happens, Anyway, that was the reason that we didn't continue dating, but it's but it's that weird thing. It's just like, okay, sometimes it's you, sometimes it's them, and sometimes it's both of you. And I said, I don't take it personal to say I don't get along with someone. I don't. I said, I can't stand him. Even if I have nothing bad to say about him, like you said about that guy. Yeah, he was obnoxious when you were a kid, but like you said, he treated your brother good. And like, okay, I can't get along with him. It's just better for me to stay away from him. But you don't, but it sounds like he's a decent guy overall, but yeah, by the way, you treat your brother, but again, certain personalities should not be near each other.
In high school, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I did go to American high school, but high school is a great big petri dish of multiple different personalities that are forced to be with each other for 4 years at max. If unless you have a super senior.
Well,
but
I agree with you. When I heard people say, "Well, school is safer," I said no, because I get to pick who I'm around for the most part, But of course, this is why I joke about just homeschool whenever people are talking about things.
Oh, my daughter's homeschooled.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You know what amazes me is how people say it's so hard. It's not that hard to homeschool. The problem really comes down to he lives with his mom. She deals everything with the farm, and then trying to keep him on task. Because
there's nothing wrong with the farm life. I grew up slightly on a working farm. It did wonders for me.
Well, and he always laughs, for certain things. So you think that because I said, if you don't live with your mom, you can live with me. I said, don't think it gets any easier. And he's like, well, okay, but it's but I like the fact I do like that actually. Then be honest, she and I get along well enough that if I said, hey, can I go down there because I have like its telescope and stuff. And I've actually had it where, like, whenever they have like a comet or something like that, because she lives way out in the country, I said, hey, is it okay if I come over with my friends? And she'll be like, yeah, that's fine. And we'll go out there and we'll set up my son's telescope and we'll go look at stuff. And, last time I did that is it was getting late. And I said, hey, we need to head home. And she's like, you guys are leaving? And I'm like, yeah, he has to go to work and I have to. And she's like, oh, okay. It's like, all right. But, you have to understand that. Yeah, that is an interesting.
I'm going to run an Alice in Wonderland campaign for my daughter, and it's a Jabberwocky.
Okay. Have you read the books?
Yes, although I kind of have an issue with the author. I can either prove it or disprove it, but everything I've been looking up, even Victor on last night, kind of verified what I said. There's stories coming out on C.S. Lewis. Is C.S. Lewis that wrote Alice in Wonderland? Yeah, he was a pedophile. I mean, yeah.
And those are the things that I say sometimes I have to, you look at one.
But it's a classic novel. It's the two classic books. It's like, do I punish my daughter by not letting her read this? Or, the guy's dead and burning in hell. I mean.
And that's the way I sometimes look at it. The problem is when people are still around. But again, sorry. So we've completely gone off the whole point of like what Shadow was saying. I think there are lots of different games that would work out really well for different systems. I do. I think Free League's done a really good job for some of their stuff. I think that Modifius has done some of the good things for Conan for what I like for it. I think the problem with me, though, in its particular thing is that because it's level based, it can't cater like it can to the slow growth characters where the players still feel like they're advancing without giving them. I mean, there's a huge leap every time you go up a level in D&D.
Yeah.
Whereas in Call of Duty.
Yeah, but I kind of, the more I play, the more I'm like, how much advancing is necessary and at what point does it stop? Because, having been an actual living person, there are some things that stop. Some advancements that they're done. You're actually now on the decline. And being 55, maybe that's easier for me to see and harder for younger people to see. Because I've played characters that have been older than me and younger than me, and my own advancement has been at different speeds throughout my life, and it wasn't because of any one thing in particular. Although when you're younger, you tend to get to a certain point faster, and then you're kind of done. You do hit a point in between your 20s and 40s where you're done and then you get another burst, because it's like, you spend the first half of your life trying to kill yourself and the second half trying to stay alive, adage.
Well, no, what I meant is, as a player, you can still, in certain systems allow you still feel like you're going ahead and you're making progress without having huge leaps. And that's what I'm saying is, like, if you look at D&D, first to second level is a huge leap. Second to third level in 5e especially is a huge leap. And then once you get over probably into, like, unless you're a spellcaster, once you get into like 9th and 10th level, it's very minimal.
You plateau at 5th and 6th level in 5e. Then it's not for another 5 to 6 levels before you see any huge benefits. At least that's the way I run 5e. That's the way,
Well, with that ASI or the second attack, I understand.
Yeah.
But those lower levels, you really do feel a big jump. Whereas if you play Call of Cthulhu, okay, I get a little bit here and a little bit
Frontiers. Or Star Frontiers, or in Traveler, there's virtually none, and I've played Traveler campaigns for many years without anybody ever even asking about improvements, so to speak. So for me, it kind of, it takes away from, what's at hand at the moment, which is what the game should be more about than, planning for the future that may never come with, the building of characters. It's like, you may not get there. And when you get there, to the next level, you may decide that, one, that's not possible to do what you were planning on doing. And two, you may, by necessity or otherwise, decide that, hey, I need to do something different. And while that character would have been cool if I did this instead, I kind of got to do this now because if I don't, I'm not going to survive. Well, and that's the way life is. You can't. You can plan your whole life, after college or after high school, and then life comes along and kicks you in the nuts, saying, "That was a nice dream. Let's come back down to reality."
Well, no. What I'm saying for skill-based systems is that you can kind of tailor certain areas. And I mean, Traveler still has a couple of experience, but if I said, okay, I'd like to get like, can I learn what is it, 0G or whatever it is? It's like, oh, okay. And the game master should say, all right, after about 4 or 5 months, you can get it. You get that aspect. So you still feel like your character's moving through there.
Right. But hey, the cool thing about that, though, is that you're not getting anything, like it's like a real life skill that just lets you to continue living as opposed to, suddenly I'm stronger because, I just went up a level and I haven't worked out, the whole time. But now suddenly, I have more hit points or I have more strength or, I get it when your percentages to do things get better. But when last week, if I got stabbed with a sword, I was dead. Now suddenly I can get stabbed twice before I'm dead. That's kind of unrealistic. And, it's only worse now when you're getting hit dice up to 20 levels and suddenly, you can get stabbed with a sword, literally, 10, 15 times, right.
I think we're agreeing with the same thing. I just meant for systems, I can feel that way. I can feel my character still advancing without really becoming that much tougher.
That's kind of why I like Bruce's campaign in the pretense that his XP is on a slow burn. Mm-hmm. And when you level, you don't get all the benefits right up front. You have to wait 7 to 8 days in it. And
that's a minor thing because in some campaigns, that time would go by in 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Versus drawing it out. That's cool. But when my paladin started in Bruce's campaign, I literally couldn't take as much damage, and now I can take, almost double the damage I started being able to take. And when you're talking about the kinds of damage, it's very unrealistic. And knowing that I got 10 more levels to go, which means, I could get another 100 hit points, which means that you could literally, shoot me with a machine gun like 8 times and I'm still fighting. I get it. It's fantasy, but I think it's just too many. The way what I'm getting at is damage versus hit points is sometimes so abstract and unrealistic. When a sword does a D8 and you've got 200 hit points, you can just let them swing on you. Which you can't.
Well, part of the problem I have with it is that like when you start getting this, and this is the real problem I've had with D&D, where I like some other systems, I can't bring in the mob of villagers to take you out. In most things is like if there's a mob of villagers start coming out at you, and you'll jump and run away. But in D&D, it's like, oh, I'm 10th level. I can go through these pretty fast, and that's the problem that I have with D&D, especially if you have good armor. It's like, oh, they can't even hit me, and that's part of the problem I've had with it. And I understand why they did the abstract. If you actually, the player's handbook says he gets one good strike at you over the entire round. So really, it's a beat back and everything else. And I almost hate saying it is. It's not that you're being really beaten down. They're just getting through your defenses. And it's really not until you're probably last 8 hit points that you're really looking at a coup de grace where they're actually really bleeding.
Yeah, except I don't know if you're aware or if you remember, but in AD&D, a fighter gets 1 attack per melee round per hit per level against 1 hit die creatures, which would include that village.
No, less than 1 hit die. But you're right.
Is it less than 1?
Oh,
okay, which means that 10th level fighter could literally kill 10 people in 1 minute, and half the village is gone.
No, I agree with you. And see, that's the thing I did not like about D&D, is because I like that ability because we read a lot of the literature and stuff. Is like, oh crap, there's 20 villagers coming at me. I better jump off of the balcony onto my horse and flee the town. In D&D, you're just
Stafford and Grey Moustache style. Yes.
And that's what I want from the players, is to go over it. And I wish that, and I don't know about 4E and how they did theirs, but I wish that they had done something like that. As you do more, it comes back and they say, hey, that's why I like other systems. That's why I like skill-based systems. For that reason is just because you're good doesn't mean that they can't bring you down. And you're like, oh, okay,
I'm wondering if I'm the asshole here, because I give my city guards. I'd level up my city guards to at least 3rd level.
Well, you're playing a different game though. You're playing a different game where it's meant to be like that. In AD&D and even 2nd edition, probably.
Oh, they don't. You're not supposed to do in 5th edition though either. The city guards are not the only people that are supposed to level are the player characters, not the NPCs. Where if it's
that's even more insane if you're getting 20 hit dice at 20th level. That's even more insane. It means you're literally a walking god through the village, and you can just walk up to anything, the king's most valuable knights, etc., and just walk right through them. Because even in AD&D, not every single thing was a 1 or less hit die creature. There were knights. There were, other people with levels, which is, the way it should be. Palladiums, where everything has a level, is more accurate, but it's more complicated and draws everything out.
And here's the other part that I think that comes to it. And I played Robotech for Blade. I did not like Rifts, and part of it was, and to be fair, this has happened too in Robotech, the mega damage. I love the idea of mega damage. I didn't like the idea that it was 100 times, and I didn't like for Rifts where anything magical had it. And I said, and I didn't want to convert directly over. If I was going to do Palladium, I would probably do mega damage, creatures damage, mega damage. But if you're organic, you have hit points anyway, and just multiply it by 10 or whatever it is. Because I got so tired of the fact of like, well, how's a village in Rifts supposed to defend against, what is it, an ogre or something that had, that had MDC? I said, there's nothing that they can do with it if they don't have the high special weapons. I said, that made no sense to me. And that was the problem that I wish he had worked it out a little bit better to make some of that more logical. Because I love the idea of Rifts was okay, but the problem that I had with it is, and I know that Max always said, well, you get out of your armor. Well, here's the problem. I get a laser pistol that does 1d6, and if I shoot anyone, they're dead. And I said that kind of removes some of it. Whereas, like I said, if I was going to do it back again, I would just multiply it by 10 and say, okay, if you get hit by the pistol, you do 10 to 60, which may kill you, but odds are that, but it may not kill you, but you're not going to take a couple of rounds from it, which to me is more like a realistic bullet. But that was the problem I had with Risk for that. But no, I agree with you. Is for D&D, I kind of like what they did in 3rd edition, and I really wish they had done this in first or some of these others, which is first through, even though they talk about, can you do a Conan style? Yes, you can, but you have to limit everyone to 5th level or below. I think that's what it has to be. You cap out at 5th level. There is no going past this. You're not getting anything else. And then, I wish that they had broken up like in 3rd, where they had, heroic, and then what was it? I forgot what it was. It was 3 levels, and by the time you get to 20th level to 30th level, it was epic, where you were expected to fight gods. And I said, okay, I understand that, but I yeah,
that actually comes from probably Michael Moorcock's entire library of work, where every character in his Eternal Champion series would at some point get to where they were fighting and killing gods. Different ways, different methods, different gods, etc. But that is exclusively where that mentality comes from, as far as I know. Because I can think of no other books where the hero or heroes were hunting down the gods and killing them like they were, wimpy dragons, which should also exist.
But I think that's part of where they, once the characters go past a certain level, it's like, okay, you're going to be doing it. And to be fair, they did have some spells for that. Okay, now you're getting gate spells and stuff. The idea was to travel the material planes. I really did love. I'll be honest. I love the Manual of Planes. I think that's where 5e has sometimes really shot itself in the foot. Is they're trying to mix all the character stuff with the DM, and they really need a 2nd edition Dungeon Master Guide that's like, this is only for the DM. The players are going to gain nothing from it, and we're going to talk about how to do other stuff in there. And
it'll be the most widely purchased book in their library, because if you say that it's only for the DM, everybody will buy it and keep it at home and study it. You know what I mean? I mean, think about what the record labels did back in the 90s or what have you. Advisory warning, and suddenly that record sells 1 million copies just to hear the F word on a record. Come on.
Well, you know what? I'm not against that. What I'm saying is, but the idea is, hey, look, if players buy this, they're not going to find anything useful unless they're going to be running their own game. Is what I'm trying to say. It's like if you remember Manual of the Planes, which I thought was an excellent book. Manual of the Planes was going through all this. Okay, who is that for? That obviously is not for the players per se. I mean, yeah, they could find things that are useful in there, but the reality of it is that's really for the Dungeon Master. And if you look, I love the back part of it where they create different material planes, like this spell works up to this level, and then this spell, and that can really create some interesting aspects of. You get a high gravity, low magic world, and now all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, I can only cast up to 2nd level spells," and I love that idea, but they haven't really gotten into it. They haven't,
for me, it's I've got to read the books before I can really comment too much.
Yeah.
But going from what I've seen from every company out there now. They're just putting out stuff until enough time has gone by so that they can do it again.
Well, you know what? I'm going to be a little bit different. Is I don't usually 1st edition, it has a lot of flaws. 2nd edition cleans it up usually, and then they get into this whole cycle of going over and over. But and as much as we talk about it, I 2nd edition had tons of bloat, but it was pretty much backwards compatible for the most part. Until you start getting all the character kits and classes, which is hilarious because if you actually read, the player's handbook, it says weapon proficiencies are optional, and then all these things kind of made it that they're not optional. But I said, okay, I understand the 1st edition and basic, that's fine. I understand how those worked. I didn't mind 2nd, 3.5, but I don't even mind 5th and 4th. As much as people talk about it as they're different games, I'm okay with some of that. But I'll admit, when you got Vampire, first, second, third, 20th. They're almost all identical. There's a few minor changes to them, and I went, okay, that was a true money grab for that. But I don't.
Yeah, you know what one of the next steps is going to be. You'll see, and Games Workshop is already, you know, they'll copy Games Workshop. The books will be sealed, so you won't be able to find out until you actually break the seal, and you'll have to buy the book, and then you'll find out there's nothing different, or there's a whole bunch of crap that if I knew, I wouldn't have bought the damn book.
Well, and this is where
For me, I'm at the point where, you know, I can't think of a single game book that isn't part of one of my other collections that I would buy. At some point, you know, the wheel is either perfect or it can never be perfected, and I got to settle with the, you know, kind of oblong wheel instead of perfectly round, because there's never going to be a perfectly round wheel. You know, it's not because of money either. You know, it's more of, you know, what am I getting and what am I doing with it, and why am I putting my money out there? I have so many game books that I'm never going to get to use.
well,
and
you know what? I'm the same way. I think sometimes I buy them. To be fair, sometimes I just buy them because I enjoy reading them. And
I've got a stack of books that literally could crush me to death that I will never get to. I mean, I have so many books, you know, and you know, I'm reading about 150 pages a day on a good day, you know, and I'm still never going to get through them. I will never, because there are books that I don't own that I do want that have absolutely nothing to do with games, except, you know, for inspiration. And you know, I'm constantly being barraged with, oh, you got to try this new game. You should read this. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. You know, I'm good. You know, it's going to have to be something, you know, that's why I ask about setting over rules, because that's what's really more important, because in 5 years, they'll be putting out a revised edition.
Well, you know what though, and this is what I've noticed, at least with Modifius, they tend to lose the license and then they don't print anymore. Like with the John, you know. So I'm okay with some of that. I've enjoyed seeing some of them, like Forbidden Lands, which is completely different on how they did some of their stuff. Conan, I've really enjoyed. I haven't felt that same way about Dune, even though it's a 2D20. And then I know you and I have the similar things about John Carter, where we really need to get our head around it. But I think that we really need to be players rather than trying to DM.
Well, I you know, for both Conan and John Carter, maybe it's because I played so much D&D that, you know, the doing the cool stuff is awesome, but I still want the stuff. You know what I mean? No. I'm still a material guy, and that's just not. It's not a thing in these games. You know, when I play Traveler, you know, when I go to a new world, I'm going shopping.
Yeah.
You know, as cool and as beautiful as the sunsets are, and I was just talking about that earlier today. I need to start taking photographs of my sunsets here, because they're beautiful. Sure, yeah. But you know, I want to see all that, but I also want to go shopping. You know, or dungeon crawling or whatever. I want to come away with stuff, even if they're just souvenirs. I want to come away with the stuff. And a lot of the games that Modifius puts out, there's literally nothing. There is no treasure section. It's just a, you know, you get some stuff and you're going to spend it so that you can go, that you need to go on the next adventure. Well, how do you know? Well, you know, what if I you know, come away with 1,000 coins and I'm, you know, judicious with my spending. I don't drink, you know, I don't whore around, and I don't get robbed.
You know what?
You know,
but see, I have books for those in Conan. I'm not going to disagree with the John Carr, but again, some of it is I enjoy reading, like all the details in the background for stuff. Mm-hmm. But yeah, and this is what it really comes down to, and I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not saying that you have to buy this stuff. As a player, you don't have to buy anything. As a player, the only thing that I would recommend for players, and I'm not trying to knock any of it because I'm the DM, I'm the one that's getting it. Go get the quick start. Go put out the rules. That's the only thing you need to read. If you tell me you want to build something, we'll discuss it. You know, okay, you want to do this? All right, what do you want to buy? What do you want to get? What is your plan? You know, I'll work with them just like any other player. It's not that different than D&D from that aspect. But I agree with you. There's not a treasure. There is this. I don't really want a treasure section in it because everything, unlike D&D, and this is the problem that I have with it.
Well, maybe not a treasure section, but at least an equipment price list.
No, they have some of those.
Okay, because I haven't seen that. There's nothing like that in John Carter whatsoever.
No.
Okay,
John Carter's completely different. Yeah. But
you know, I'm guessing though that Mutant Chronicles is completely different because it's a tech-based situation, and equipment is a huge part of the the story. It's so much tech-based and equipment-based that it would have to. It would absolutely have to exist in the Mutant Chronicles universe.
So there's some of the items that you can buy.
Right. See that's more of my speed because one I played Doom Trooper and that was equipment cards were a thing, and I also played the what was it I played the role playing game for Mutant Chronicles, etc. And I could actually see myself getting more into that game than any of the other D20 games because there's tangible things. It's not just after a while the number of kills on my belt or the notches on my sword are going to get blurred.
So and I know that you had the quick start, and again this is where I think a lot of this is also in the main book. They have cost lists, and then they have lists and other stuff too. Here's what they don't have for the most part, though they do have a little bit of it, is they have artifacts with some things. But I think it's one of those that if you're used to D&D, and this is the thing that's, and I understand why Gygax didn't want anyone to read stuff. The problem is that all of us tended to buy the stuff to read, and that's the problem that we get is. And this is the problem I have with 5e, and I know that you have a magic shop. There is no magic shop in Conan. If you're going to find the magical sword, there's a magical sword that is this. The thing they call, what was his name? The one that had the special knife that when he put it on him, it caused the guy to go to sleep, and the fisherman went down and picked it up. Anyway, I forgot which story it was. But they have those special things, or the wand or stuff like that.
Right, but it's also more likely to bite you in the ass in the end, which is okay, because for me, it's one of those genres that I can't see playing, I can see playing it like once a month.
Well,
I can see playing it, for a couple of years, but after a certain point, it's gonna kind of burn out on me. I get more out of reading the original books, and okay, I'm good. I'm good for, maybe I finish book 9. Maybe I'll wait a month before I read book 10.
Well, yeah, but
it's not my go-to genre. Let's put it that way.
Okay, well, see, to me, if you can play AD&D, I kind of like this because it's lower fantasy, which is the whole reason I like about this. The other part is that I don't feel, because I like a skill-based system. This scratches the itch, and it's really easy to.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun playing it with Crafty, but and I do want to play it again.
Sure.
I just can't picture myself playing it, as my go-to game for the rest of my life.
No,
what I would like to see is something. I want to say like GURPS, but not as bad as GURPS or Palladium.
The thing that comes down to it, again, everyone has a certain, like I said, I like the 2D20 for this. I really do. But it scratches that itch that I've been looking for fantasy. And Star Frontiers, and again, it's just because Star Frontiers came first. Star Frontiers scratches that itch for space. I'm not saying there isn't other stuff out there. And don't get me wrong, just like you're talking about is, I'll cheat on you, dear, with a few other, games, go with my friend, one shot or something like that. But I have to, if you look at my games, I'm probably very similar to I guess, everyone except Conall here. Of course, there are only 2 of us, but for this, but Conall, Conall hasn't gone over and said, oh, I want to get this, because I love looking at systems and I will steal from one to another. Like, I love the idea of clocks. I really do. which are not, because it's not a binary success or failure. It's a degree, you have to work it through until the clocks are full. So I kind of like the fact, and it's fun how it creates artificial tension. Like if you suddenly go through and you're saying, okay, I want you to sneak through whatever building. And you're right. I can use just about any system for it. I really could. I can use Forbidden Lands. I can use this one. Which one do I like better? Certain ones have better feels. But I don't care what system it is, even in D&D. Oh, you fail your stealth check. I'm going to fill in the clock. And it doesn't seem like that much. I said, oh, by the way, when all 4 are done, the alarm's going to go off. And now players, when it starts getting to half or a third, now they're starting to feel that tension. And
absolutely.
And I thought that's a great, and I don't know if it's Power of the Apocalypse or Blades in the Dark, because I know he steals from one. I haven't really read the Powered by the Apocalypse. But by doing that, you can do it, and you can do it, you can separate as much as you want. You can do it in 3 pieces. You can do it in 2, which I'm not a huge fan of, or 12. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I like that. And that's where I like to read stuff about other games. I really enjoyed, not that I like the system that much, but it was fully compatible with War Machine and Hordes, the Iron Kingdoms role-playing game. And in there, it wasn't their 3 version. But
how many different games do you think you've read through?
Oh, at least 24 would be my guess, if not more. And to be fair, I'm trying to look at also different systems, because I have to. Because what am I supposed to say? Oh, look, I got Hordes and I got Iron. They're compatible between, and that's not the same. John Carter's different than Conan. Okay, and Mutant Chronicles is very similar to Conan. As you could tell, just okay, one's only using stats, the other one's using stats plus attributes. Skills plus attributes. And then Alien and Forbidden Lands. I love the fact that Forbidden Lands has a equipment dice, and when you push it, that can cause damage to your equipment. But it's not overly complicated like some of the other ones. I like some of the dice mechanics from there. What do you consider World of Darkness? I've got 5, and then the other ones, Chronicles of Darkness. Are those all the same or not, even though they're interchangeable somewhat?
I went through the list of role-playing games on the internet. I forget which list, but I think there was between 250 and 500, and I ticked off 150, and I'm like, holy shit, that I've at least played once.
Okay,
you know what I mean? So maybe I didn't read the whole book, but I'm like, shit, and out of the whole list, I couldn't pick, other than Villains and Vigilantes, which I'm going to be talking about next month. I can't think of one that does it all. You know what I mean? That I can just go, okay, here's the one, and I'm just going to stick with this one. And the only reason I pick Villains and Vigilantes is because it's 47 pages. There's nothing else. And I can literally play Conan with it. I can literally play Traveler with it. There's superpowers, but you don't have to use them. You can use the other stuff and, pick and choose what you want, like any game should be. And, because it's 47 pages, I figure, I could easily, get that onto the desert island. But, I don't think anybody else would want to play it because the math is pretty hardcore. But, I'm trying to figure out, which one it would be, because, I know that if I don't, kind of try to stick with something real soon, I'm just going to end up, living under. I'm going to have to make a fortress out of my books to literally live in.
If I had the money to build a house, then I'd be okay. Instead, I lived in this apartment. I have 36 acres. I have the property. I just don't. The problem is I don't have enough money to build a house.
So those 36 acres, do you have any wildlife? Could I come down there and hunt deer? Mule deer, I think that's what you have down there.
Mule deers are out west. I mean, the problem is Texas is so big. It sounds funny. To drive from where I live to Chicago is the same as going from Texarkana to El Paso. It's
Fuck, I always thought Illinois is a bitch though. The drive from Chicago to like Kentucky, I mean, it takes all day.
okay. I know we're getting a little bit off on I-10. I-10 when you drive across, and I drive. So for me to go to Northwest Florida and my parents is 750 miles. On our drive back, it says, I forgot what basically, but it says as you cross the border from Texas, El Paso, 869 miles.
Oh wow.
So yeah, I'm not, and I actually drove 4,000 miles. I drove up to Washington and back.
Gotcha.
But I mean, for Shadow, I'm not sure I want to be just exclusive to one system. For fantasy, I love Conan. I do. I really do. But it would take a lot of work to do that in the sci-fi. For Star Frontiers, the only problem with Star Frontiers is it's a dead game. I mean, there's people out there that do stuff, but
New edition just came out, for better or worse.
Well, that's not even the original Star Frontiers, But I mean, WotC has it, and they chose not to ever license it or anything else. That for the longest time, I thought this was interesting, but apparently there was an agreement years ago that I forgot what it was, is that they could put up Star Frontiers for free, had all the modules, all the books, everything.
Right.
I love Star Frontiers, and part of the reason I love Star Frontiers, I'm not talking about Zebulon Sky, I'm saying the original core thing, was that it was one of the first space games that actually had like inhuman aliens. It had Brusk, and it had which you can see now, but they're kind of like the Thri-Kreen, but they aren't. The Thri-Kreen and Brusk are different, and then you have the Plasmoids.
Very different. Very different.
But you have the Plasmoids and Spelljammer. But they're not the Dralicites. The Dralicites I remember, and it kind of has the weird looking art, but I just remember them as being they're black and white. They have a great sense of smell. They have a fantastic sense of humor. They love puns. They gave enough about the mentality of these races that they weren't quite the same, and I really did enjoy that.
Oh, I'm pretty certain they're the same in new Star Frontiers. I mean, new Spelljammer. The races that they swipe, they're going to be the same, or at least so close. Because even the Yazarians, those are there too. If the Yazarians are there, the way they look, what they're showing us as the Draslites, they're just picking through the old books, going, "Oh, what can we use because we own it, and we might as well get our money's worth."
But there's no abomination to it. It's the whole problem that I have with this. If you look at it, is the Dralicites had kind of their own culture and things. But I was looking at Spelljammer, and of course they're all now complaining it's oh no, it's racist. And I said, you guys are just trying to find things. But to me, the problem with it is that they've kiddified D&D. Even 5e. If I look at the artwork.
Oh yeah, well,
I mean, if you look at the artwork, right up until probably right up until probably Tasha's, it looked like it was trying to. Now it wasn't always perfect, but it looked like it had monsters to be afraid of in certain cases, especially that Beholder. The Beholder actually represents. I mean, that's like, holy crap! I would not want to face that. But nowadays, you look at it, especially in Spelljammer, it's aimed at like an 8 to 12-year-old audience for their skills. I don't like it. I saw when they were trying to do it. I said, whatever happened to having kind of the photorealistic, everyone looks like Critical Role, whatever, for the cartoon. It all looks like that. And I'll be honest. I was watching Critical Role. I said, okay, I've watched it on, the first part of the first season.
Oh, the animated series they have?
I watched the animated series. Now, here's the thing.
That's not for kids.
Okay, but here's the problem that I have with it. Exactly, it's not for kids. It was more family friendly to watch the original Critical Role in the first season than what they put on Amazon.
Yeah,
and you're right. I said, wait a minute. I wanted a more mature one than, let's say, the original D&D, but I didn't want it so it's college,
It's college humor. It's straight college humor all the way through. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely loved it, but I had no hang-ups on thinking this was D&D or anything. This was just an animated TV show, and I left it there. That's
Oh no. What I meant is I wouldn't have, if they had removed some of the sex and the cursing, I wouldn't have minded my son to watch it. Is my point.
oh yeah. Yeah. I I mean,
It seems like they're trying to teeter between, for kids only and for, mature audiences. And I think the kids are going to end up winning out because that way it's easier to write and market to a certain extent.
it's kind of funny you just or talking about this. I was watching an interview with George Lucas, and he was talking about Star Wars and all the kerfuffle that's coming up with Star Wars over the last few years. He's like, I understand why people are upset, but you have to understand this wasn't for adults. This is for kids.
I'm going to bring up, yeah, but if you look at, I'm going to bring up for the Star Wars, especially for Star Wars. I was 4 years old when I first saw it, and all I could think is, "Ooh, I want to be, Luke because of this reason." All right. Now I'm in my 40s, and actually, or even when I was in my 30s, I could look back at Luke and say, "Oh, I remember when I did nothing but wanted to leave home because I was bored." And see that character, I could relate to both as a young kid and as an adult. Even though I wasn't his age, I could relate to him because I remember feeling that way. When I was his age, there was nothing to do more than leave home. And as a kid, there was nothing more than I wanted to be the hero kind of thing. And so, well, look, it's a poor farm boy and he learns all this cool stuff, and I said, okay, and that was a universal appeal. Now, we can argue about Ewoks and stuff, but if you look at Empire Strikes, I if you look at like Empire Strikes Back, that was this classic 3-act. Is he young person gets there, and then they have a major setback in Act 2, and then Return of the Jedi, they come back. I said, okay, but they did that. But I mean, when you start looking at this other stuff,
the last 6 movies that came out, they're pure trash. One of my friends, Jason, and I always have to put it this way. Jason is he's black. He's an African American large black friend, and I mean, we're watching. What was it? The first of the not the first 3, but the second 3.
Yeah.
Jar Jar Binks show as Jar Jar Binks, comes up, and I feel so sorry for that actor. I mean, that actor almost committed suicide because of how him as an actor was treated over it.
Well,
but he's like, if you take out Mister, and he did it that way to Master. I'm like, see, you just ruined this for me, and it already sucked.
well, here's the problem that I had with it is George Lucas was trying to sell ILM as a studio and didn't focus as much on the story. And I've told this to other people, and most of my friends actually agree whether they like it or not. I said, if you wanted to go for the classic trope, if you went, and it would have followed exactly the canon anyway, is Obi-Wan would have met Anakin Skywalker when he was in his 20s. And you could have done a couple things. One is you could have done the romance that made a lot more sense at the beginning. So you could have set up the romance in the first thing. Number 2, he said he was a great pilot. You could have made him a fighter pilot fighting for the Empire or whatever, the Republic. You could have gone in there and you could have made him so he wasn't as strong as the other Jedi. And then what you could have done is he could have had jealousy. And his jealousy starts burning him up more and more and more. And Obi-Wan was trying to teach him. And Yoda's like, no, I don't think that, I can. And so Obi-Wan keeps on trying to teach him. Instead, he becomes more and more embittered towards the Jedi, which makes him turn over the dark side, which explains why he was hunting the Jedi down and killing them all. That, to me, would have worked better as a classical trope of the storyline than what they did, and then the other part I hate is the midichlorians. The great thing about the Jedi is if you left out the midichlorians was anyone with the proper training could have become a Jedi, very similar to a Shaolin monk. That's if you're willing to go through the mental and physical.
I wish they would have used a different hook on it. For Jedi are special because they are special, not because of something dot dot dot.
Yeah.
I mean, not everybody can be, in real life. Not everybody can serve in the military. Not everybody can be a boxer. Not everybody this. Not everybody that. And it's like not everybody can join. I mean, the elite squads that they have in the military, the SEALs, the Rangers. I don't know.
What? Now they can.
Oh, jeez. No. Oh, God, no. No, stop. I don't want to hear it. But no. But he's right. The whole mental, but there was a mental aspect to it. It was
absolutely.
And mental.
Absolutely. I kind of see why they went that way because of all of the stories of the apprentice wizard, magic user has to be, special to be able to do it.
But having met some SEALs, there is a special mentality with them, and that's what I thought with the Jedi. I am finding the person with the proper mentality.
No, I see why he went that way with even Harry Potter, which I despise. That he not just anybody can be a wizard, and that's what he was going for. There's absolutely nothing about the Harry Potter series I could ever get on board with, other than the end.
I don't know I read it to my kid. I read it as a kid. Harry Potter just being Harry Potter, I don't have an issue with. I jokingly say Harry Potter didn't become a wizard until like really the fourth book. He started off as a rogue. He's got rogue levels first because all he did was in the first couple books was sneak around. But that's just me. But there's nothing inherently wrong with the Harry Potter books. They teach good versus evil, sticking up for your stuff. ... That's
not what bothers me about it. And I really can't put too many fingers on exactly why I don't.
It wasn't for me, to be fair. For Harry Potter, it wasn't my kind of thing. But to be fair, I also like someone that deals less with magic and deals more with skill and training.
Underneath the whole George Lucas comment, those books weren't written for you two. They were written for kids my age at that time and further on. They weren't meant for adults.
No. What I'm trying to say for this is I know it's not for me. I'm not knocking Harry Potter at all. I'm just saying that's what I'm trying to say. Is I read them. I thought they were fine for what they were. My son enjoyed them.
I think my problem is they just seemed. Here's the thing. It's kind of like Scooby-Doo.
Mm-hmm.
They're too damn young to be that damn good.
Well,
sorry, no. You find an 18-year-old that can kick my ass, and I'll give him a grand, but you're not going to be able to find it.
What about an 8-year-old?
What?
39 in 2 days.
No. I mean, this is the whole thing that I don't like. This is what I've always hated as a kid. I even hated as a kid. Stop bringing in kids into stupid movies where they're going to be like better than the adults. That's not what I like. My friend once jokingly. Remember, I understand it's a young adult book. I'm not knocking that. I'm saying from my standpoint, whenever I look at things, is I much prefer is if you go through it and they're training the kid's working his way up and he's learning. I mean, even sounds funny enough is even when I was watching The Witcher.
Karate Kid? Oh.
No, The Witcher with Ciri, the young girl.
Yeah.
No, I didn't watch it because it's a blatant ripoff of the Elric novels, and I can't get on board with that.
Well, I'm not. No, I'm saying I'm saying the video game. I really enjoyed the video game, and they have Ciri in there. I can understand why he kind of likes her. She's annoying as shit. I'm like, no. I like her when she becomes an adult. I do not like her as a kid, and this is someone who kind of likes kids normally. But they're just freaking annoying whenever I see them in movies and they're using them as like, oh, they're going to do this or, oh, they're going to do that. I'm like, look, no, okay, if I want to watch the Goonies, that's fine, but I don't want to watch the Goonies with magic. See.
I see where you're going. I can follow it. It just
there's a reason why you've got to be a certain age to be president of the United States.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
there's a certain age where you should not be allowed to be president of the United States too. That works on both sides.
I'm
Mhm.
not,
Yeah, no, I'm trying to stay away from all that nonsense.
well,
But
No, but I mean, with age comes wisdom, and never has there been born a teenager with more wisdom than your average, you know, twice their age individual.
well,
there's a lot of adults that are still fucking idiots.
well. See, this was the point. Like when I was in Afghanistan, and I grew out a beard. Is because, and it was interesting because it depends on where you are. The Afghans kind of figured age brought wisdom because you had lived through shit.
Mhm.
And I mean, whereas a lot of them now are, it's, and this is the problem that I find, and modern stuff is somehow they look at your family. Oh, because you're family, you're better than another person. Whereas this is kind of like the Afghans. They kind of looked at you as, yeah, your family mattered, but your age mattered just as well. So it's funny because when I was clean shaven like this, I had to fight with them on contracting things. But as soon as I had a big bushy beard, they stopped arguing. They were like a lot nicer, even though they had seen me grow the beard over the months. And and I said, that's kind of the thing that comes into it is just like if we look at the Native Americans, look at well, you know what? I have a friend he said, call him an Indian. All right. The Indians, the American Indians, he specifically, there's a reason that when you get like some like Sitting Bull, they would sit there and listen. And yes, you did have your war chief, and they would listen to it, but it was always based off of what were your achievements that you had done, and then the next part, of course, is what were your, and then they listen to these people with wisdom, because you didn't survive to that age unless you had been through enough stuff and had the
Mhm.
wisdom.
I mean, I jokingly, I'm going to quote a comedian under the pretense of it was his stand up, not his political views.
Yeah, that's fine.
His stand up is, you ever look back at when you were 16 and you just shudder of all the shit you lived through? It's like, fuck. And even,
Yeah, absolutely, exactly. Part of you're only making our point. They're, you know, they just, it just takes time,
but Harry
and to have.
Potter wasn't the first of the novel of, I mean, even going all the way back. I mean, even going back to a lot of Greek mythology, a lot of those heroes were kids. They weren't.
But all those heroes had fatal flaws.
Well, so did the.
And how many of them were direct descendants of the gods, though?
Well, I mean, let's
9 out of 10 of them. I mean,
let's look at Hercules. Hercules was not known for his discretion. Hercules had plenty of flaws. Jason, the only one I can really think of that didn't have any, and someone can probably correct me, was Theseus. Theseus is the only of the Greek heroes that I can't remember him having any real.
He was gullible.
See, but see, they each had their flaws in there, and that's what I like about them is that they were, the idea was that even the greatest of among men were still had fools. What was everyone remembers Perseus, even though he never rode on the Pegasus.
Pegasus. Yeah, because it was the original Pegasus. Yeah, that's a weird hiccup for me, and I've never got over. If it's the original one, it's the Pegasus. If it's a descendant of Pegasus, it's a Pegasi.
There was only one, and D&D includes more stuff, and of course, we modify it, and that's the thing. But what I'm saying, but if you look at, was it Bellerophon, I think was his name? He said that he was going to fly all the way up to Mount Olympus, and for his folly, they brought a stinging fly, and Pegasus bucked him off, and he fell to his death.
Right.
I mean, that there's stories all in there. What happened to Hercules? If anyone remembers, Hercules
basically poured a pitcher of poison, toxic, whatever that Hera tricked his wife into letting him bathe in, and his flesh melted off his bones.
Yeah, I think but see, this is what I mean. But Hercules killed off his family, because Hera would give him the rage, and all of them had severe flaws. So
yeah.
I don't, it's been a while since I've read the Norse mythology, but the characters are relatable because they do have flaws.
Oh, in Norse mythology, they're all dicks though too.
Well, but I'm saying, but the stories last because they're going through it. It's just like with Jordan Peterson when they're all talking about the Bible, and no. Well, this was the point with when he was talking about the Bible when they said,
Right.
"Oh, it's an opiate for the masses." He said, "Well, then why do you show all these characters and all the bad things that happen to them, and show that they have all these massive flaws?" And it's because in many cases it's a warning to people in the future or in the present. For those who read it, it's a warning. It's not one of these that says it's all happiness and sunshine and rainbows.
Right.
A lot
Kind
of
of
it is,
like fairy tales.
yeah. Well, exactly. They were allegories or stories to warn people about going into the woods by themselves. Don't trust them. Don't do this. And I think that's part of what we're looking at. Why I get mad at,
Yeah.
I think that's part of the problem that we have in a lot of the storytelling is, we have no flaws. We have none of this. And, I think part of the advantage of D&D from a game system standpoint is that characters, especially in the old editions, not so much in the new edition, but in the old editions, characters had a defined place. When you were the cleric, you knew what you were supposed to do. When you were the fighter, you knew what you were supposed to do. When you were the thief, you had a defined role, and as long as there weren't too many of that class, if you're a fighter, okay, I'm going to be the sword, shield, and everything else. The other fighter's going, okay, I'll do the bow and arrow, and then your cleric's like, okay, I'll be up front. Another one will say, I'll do the healing. The mage would say, okay, I'm going to be the utility mage. The other one's going to go, I'm going to do this, and then of course your thief is like, look, yes, you failed picking the lock, but we have a second thief who can try picking that lock as well. Okay. Now, and I think sometimes we forget about that. It wasn't meant to be played with really 4. It was meant to be played with 8. And in some cases, it's meant to be played with 30 if you start including all the NPCs, especially with
especially in AD&D.
Yeah.
I know Max hates the henchmen and hirelings, but because he never played first edition where it was mandatory. I mean, not mandatory, but it was the way to survive. And when you lost a henchman, it was supposed to hurt.
And it takes a long time to forget about that. We're as players nowadays, we're just assuming that, hey, even when I was a kid, I never dealt with henchmen. But in retrospect, I'm like, no, you wanted that high charisma because you wanted those henchmen and retainers, and you wanted that good reaction roll. And you wanted that morale roll because when they rolled it, because they're about ready to flee, all of a sudden it becomes like, because
Max didn't understand that the high charisma would allow for your henchman to volunteer to do the scary shit, because like in Batman Adam West style, the Joker's henchmen would often want to prove themselves in a chain of command, so to speak, to be the number 1 henchman as opposed to the number 2 henchman. And real quick before I forget, it's funny that the only game or games that have built-in weaknesses for characters are the superhero games. I think that if you're running a D&D type hero, you should either have a crappy stat that you don't have a choice over, or some sort of built-in weakness if you are said heroes. Otherwise, you end up with characters that pretty much become perfect and flawless, and the only time they have a flaw or imperfection is on accident. And it's not played the same way.
Go for it.
Well, when he's talking about flaws, that's what they did with World of Darkness. In some cases, though, I felt it was too heavy-handed. I would have rather them say, hey, you're going to have to pick a couple. Actually, I remember GURPS had flaws. A lot of them have flaws, but
right, because it was a trade-off for more points.
Well,
to build your character with.
Well, but with World of Darkness, if you picked whatever you did, you had an automatic flaw. If you were Toreador, you were fascinated by this. You did have certain weaknesses in there. If you were Nosferatu, you always had an appearance of 0, which could never go up.
Right.
But that also helped define that. Now, did I always like that? No, because I thought it was a bit heavy-handed. I would have preferred, remember Top Secret, where you got to pick one advantage and one disadvantage, or you got to pick the 6 points, depending on which method you wanted to use. And I said,
that was the 2nd edition, though, wasn't it?
I don't. Well, I don't remember. Don't have. That's the stuff I have with my parents. But the edition that I picked up, which was it had to be before '85. So I don't know if it was the second edition. The one I had, it said you had 6 points. Well, the basic one was. I say basic. It really wasn't that basic. It said pick one thing that you had, so you could pick this, and then you had to pick one negative, so you could pick a quirk, like maybe your
was one of them wealth?
Probably. I just remember eidetic memory was like 6 points.
Okay, because that's awesome because see, I played both versions of Top Secret, and second edition was just magnificent in comparison to first edition. And I've only met a few people that outside my individual group that ever played Top Secret, let alone second edition, and that just makes me happy because it was such a marked improvement over the original, and it was such a great game for running. Not just you didn't have to be spies; you could literally run like a Magnum PI game or any sort of modern game, even up to almost certain kind of level superhero games, if you know what I'm talking about. Like not like Daredevil, but some of the really low sort of almost the comedian and Rorschach from The Watchmen kind of type of heroes that were really just people in suits, or like Kick Ass, those kind of.
I'll be honest, I never played it, but I had the book and I read it.
Okay.
That was one of those. Of course, you felt like James Bond when you played the game. That was the feeling that I got from reading it. But it did have a negative and a positive in there. And
right. That's how I know it's the second edition, because the first edition was very much like Star Frontiers. Your stats were in percentiles, and everything else was in percentiles. And it was really overly simple. Whereas Top Secret pumped it up to 11 at least.
And that's what I liked about it is I would rather them have a big long list, and so you have to pick one or two flaws, and then pick one or two things that you're good at. And again, I don't mind characters being competent. I understand a lot of people like to be Indiana Jones, where there is no real negatives, but there is no super high stat for Indiana Jones. If you look at Indiana Jones, he would probably be in the, in the first edition, he probably would have 14 stats or below, and nothing. He has no positives or negatives in his thing.
Right.
And that doesn't, and that's okay. I don't mind a character that has one or the other. The problem is that when you're overly specialized, like I don't mind if you have basic stats and one high charisma, but you can't have I have a high charisma and high strength and high dexterity and high constitution, and you can't touch me, haha. It's like, it's because you're right. Is either all players have to be at that level, or some of the characters don't. And I'm trying to break myself of that. As a GM, I don't want that, but as a player, I instinctively start looking like, how can I min max? And so, like for Conan, with my experience running that, I will not allow any players to have a stat above 12, and none of them will have a skill above 3 when they start, because I found that it made the game too easy initially for what I was trying to bring them against. Because I had, and it doesn't seem like that much, but the difference between a 3 and a 4 made a huge difference. And when
I totally get that. I totally get that, especially with the if you go by the books, more often than not, the people he was dealing with were so vastly inferior to him, in a lot of areas, but then other areas they would just make him look, not so, extraordinary.
What I found interesting with Conan was if you actually read it, almost all the people that are there with him are highly competent, and it's in many cases they got bad luck. Like in Tower of the Elephant, when the other guy comes in to go into the Tower of the Elephant, he and dies by the spider. It says it was really good, and what it really comes down to is Conan tended to be luckier.
Yep.
in many cases, not always, but he always had, like, if he had a sidekick that went with him that died, that guy was usually very competent, and it just was like Conan
Mhm.
had luck than the other guy, and I kind of liked that aspect too. Is it didn't say that these characters are, the problem with a lot of movies or especially the writers nowadays is they make the opponent inferior. And speaking of cartoons, which I always got pissed off at, I'm going to use He-Man as an example of, oh, Skeletor is this stuffed person. We can't just go to Castle Grayskull. Like, didn't you just go in there like for the last 3 episodes? Like it was nothing. I I hate that. That's the same thing with the players. Is like when you guys were talking about dragons. You know, I want the players to be terrified. I want them to understand, and this is why. When Conall was talking about the TPK, if I set it up and say, if you fight a dragon, it's going to be a TPK, unless you can find the special ways to fight them. And then at that point, that's, okay, that's up to you. How are you going to go about it? And if they want to go on that big, long quest, like I was talking about before, over an entire campaign, take out the dragon, you'll probably survive. And that's because you've checked off your little check boxes. You've gotten the shield that protects you against fire. You've gotten this. You've gotten probably rings of feather fall just in case he picks you up and drops you. You've got all these things, like, oh, okay, I'm going to get this. I'm going to get that one. All right. And you've built up to that level. But, man, these other ones that are coming in, if they're like, oh, I'm just going to walk right in, and like, you're going to be rolling characters up in about 5 minutes, right? So those are the things that I look at. But I want that whole aspect. And like I said, I really love Conan, but it's not – but I don't think that there's any perfect system out there. I like Star Frontiers because it's another one of those simple ones. But if I want to play a grittier game, I think Forbidden Lands has some really cool mechanics that I enjoy.
Right, but would for example, Star Frontiers?
Yeah.
If you played it 2D20 style, would it be the setting or the rules that kept you there?
Oh, well, I you know what? Part of the thing that I liked about Star Frontiers is it was kind of grittier. That Conan's a pulp, and I'm not saying that there wasn't some pulp over in Star Frontiers, but kind of what I liked about Star Frontiers was it was kind of the grittier aspect without being like Traveler, which I think is a little too realistic. I think that, and that's not entirely fair. I'm just saying, just by the feeling of the system,
but it is pretty accurate.
I think the part of it is how many skills. There were only a few skills in Star Frontiers. You had this one, and you could get like a big, broad range of skills, or you could get certain sub skills, which I thought helped.
Right? Yeah. Are you including the Nighthawks box set with that?
Here's the reason I'm not including the Nighthawks, because Nighthawks was really ship to ship combat. And don't get me wrong, I think their ship to ship combat was actually pretty good, but to me that was more of a war game.
Well, because it had a section of skills that were meant to be added to the original set, so that you could have characters that actually weren't just passengers.
What I would probably do, this is the way I would probably do it, and the same thing I would do with Traveler. You guys have scouts. I wouldn't really put any guns on it. And the idea is that you're supposed to flee instead of fight in space. Because part of it is that I like because if you have a gun, you can assume that you can fight and win. If you don't have guns, then you're kind of the smuggler thing. It reminds me of the Millennium
Firefly.
Falcon. Well, exactly. Firefly was as slow as could be. I kind of like the fast ships.
But it didn't have any guns.
Yes.
At all.
Yeah. I mean, I would rather it go through of like, hey, you can do acrobatics, and you can come in, and I mean, this is part of the reason I love both Nighthawks and I like the Traveler, because I got the 2300 AD, to be fair, because I like the lower technology. I don't like this really high technology that they have in Traveler for the Imperium. But for 2300 AD, I did a 200-ton ship. And then part of it is I wanted it to be able to go into different atmospheres and could land. And so it might have like small guns, nothing bigger than like the Millennium Falcon. And, the Millennium Falcon, they had guns, but they didn't use them that often.
Yeah.
And that's what I like. It's like, okay, it's enough to shoot off like small things, but you're not gonna try fighting another ship because that's not what it's designed for. And that's what I like about these. Or like you said with the trader, I liked Nighthawks. I did, but I would rather the characters. How do I want to put this? And I have to agree with Shanners. I kind of like the space to be more of the theater of the mind than me trying to move everything and figure out the angle.
Oh yeah, space combat's a bitch, and nobody's done it. Nobody's done it right yet, because you have to do it 3-dimensionally. It can't just be on a 2-dimensional board. And I could, trust me, I spent years working on it, and the only way to do it is to literally like play 3D chess, and have different altitude bands as well as range bands.
And I'm okay with that if I want to play a war game. But when I'm in a role playing game,
yeah,
make your rolls. I want you to, like I know Shauna does this, pew pew, go through here. Oh, it hit, it hit the wing. Now I may roll for where it hits and things, but okay, you're gonna do this. Where you weaving, the
right. But you can't blow up the ship without giving them some agency.
Yes, and I want them to have agency, but then I also want it like the Millennium Falcon. Okay, the Star Destroyer is coming at you. What are you going to do? And they fly by and then they hook onto the ship. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want my players to do. I don't want them to go over and say, you know what, we're going to bring our Star Destroyer against your Star Destroyer. I'm like, no, we're not playing that. That's the way that I feel about it. So Star Frontiers I like because it's right in between there. So I really do enjoy that. And if some players, like I said, Scum and Villainy, I thought did a good job for it. But I Star Frontiers, between the two, no, that would be really hard. And Star Frontiers just because I like the aliens better, and it's got better rules for the aliens. So that's what wins out.
But would you rather use the Star Frontiers rules or the 2D20 rules to play the same setting?
I don't think the 2D20 rules would capture the same way, because the 2D20 rules are. I'm not saying that you don't. I would have to. A lot of it comes down to how much do I have to hack it. It's the same thing with 5e. I'm not saying 5e is bad, but after I hack it so much, I'd rather go pick a different system.
Mm-hmm. And I was just curious because I'm supposed to be running a Star Frontiers game with Fritz. And I've got an idea. I'm working on it, but it depends on, because I might use it for the one shots we're doing with Table Breakers, and I've got 2 scenarios and 2 different game systems to pick and choose from for both situations with Fritz or with Table Breakers, and I'm just curious with whether you think it's the because I can see 2D20 using 2D20 as a Star Frontiers engine.
I think, to be honest, you probably. Well, again, it really comes down to,
especially if you're looking at like Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers style. I see it maybe even being a better engine.
I think it would be. Again, I haven't played Suede, but I definitely think for Buck Rogers, I think for Buck Rogers, and then I've got the SRD, so it's not like you can't even make your own game system out of it. Some of it is I like the crunch because it fits better with my mind instead of trying to create different talents. I already have set talents in there.
Right.
But I definitely think and this is why I said pulp action stuff. I think 2D20 works really well after seeing Conan and John Carter. I think it does really well for that. But I kind of like the wilderness. That's why I love the Crash and Volturnus. Was I love that aspect, and some of it was there was combat in there, especially the last part. But what was going to kill you mostly in that book, for the most part, was going to be the terrain. The terrain was the most dangerous thing. Just like whenever you cross the lava was far more dangerous than most of the monsters. The monsters you can fight. The lava you have to think of a way across, and if you don't cross, you're dead. And if you do cross, if you fail, you're dead. Which it's a puzzle that I enjoy from that aspect. and it encouraged talking and stuff. Like I said, for D&D, if I had to do it, I could convert anything. I know DM James is doing that. I could look at the D&D book and convert stuff to Conan, and I would probably like it better for myself for that. That's the way I feel about it. If I want to do a really gritty game, I think Forbidden Lands, because I love the hex crawl aspect to it, I think it does a really good job for that part. Not everyone, but it's not everyone's cup of tea. That's the thing is, I'm not saying everything's right. It's just like, what type of clothes do you like to wear? Well, it depends on whether I want something loose, what type of atmosphere I'm in. There's a lot of stuff. That's why I look at all this stuff. I like World of Darkness, but if I had to do combat, I would rather stab my eyes out. It's not a good system for combat for the most part. It's a great system for doing most of the other stuff. And that's what you do. It's like, that's one of the reasons I do like you were talking about having all these different game systems. I have to be realistic in what their strengths and weaknesses are. And I say, okay, well, what do I want for their strengths and weaknesses? So, if I want to play high action fantasy where I can watch my character go out quickly and I can feel like I have like real notable achievements, and I don't mean within game, but I mean, like on my character sheet, D&D fits that perfectly. It fills that little dopamine of like, oh, I gained a level. I've learned a new spell. I've done this.
Right. But for the more I talk to people, the more I'm like kind of burnt on that in a way, because it takes so much away from what I really want to be doing, which is, being immersed in the moment and not caring about that crap. What does it really feel like, to be in that dank dungeon hallway, trying to open this lock as quietly as possible to get into the next room, hopefully, to find a room where, we can bind our wounds and wait for the freaking spellcasters to get a couple of spells back. What does that really feel like? If I'm worrying about, I need 783 XP and I go up a level.
This is part of the reason I also like the magic within Conan was you get a spell, and to be fair, DCC does something similar, but you can do a lot of stuff with that spell. So, it's you don't now. There are optional rules for it, but I love the fact that if I get control weather, I just can't do fog. I just can't just do rain. I can do all sorts of stuff, and depending on how much energy I want to put in. I like that is that the spells are very broad. So instead of having to, like 200 or 300 spells like you do in D&D, most even high level mages for the most part are starting characters may have 2, potentially 3 spells, and if they get those, guess what? Their mental strength goes way down because it takes off your hit point. It takes off because it has the 2 stats. It has the mental and the physical. It reduces your physical resolve by however many points that it's in there. So you can do that. I also like the fact that whenever you cast a spell, it causes damage to you as well. So you can get drained. So you can't just spam spells out there. That's kind of it. Now, there are ways of counteracting that. But I like the fact that if you ever remember playing Mummy from the first edition of Vampire, where they
never played any of those games actually.
I
did play Chill, and I did play Beyond the Supernatural, and I did play I want to say another game, but I
got.
I'm not sure if it was. I'm not sure if it was a part of Chill or a different Palladium game, but I get that with Conan, because of that particular setting, that magic is kind of like what you're describing. But I've read some other books that I really enjoy, especially Amber and a couple other books by Zelazny and a couple other spellcasting stories where magic was a lot more powerful and less detrimental to the caster. The Magician Apprentice series. Did you ever read that by Raymond Feast?
No, no. I'll be honest. As a kid, I was immersed in science fiction. So like my so my fantasy came from D&D, but um, my favorite reading was history and science fiction. So that, which is part of the reason I became into it, because I liked looking and doing math. That's actually part of the reason I became an engineer. But I wanted to say, talking about some of these things, you know, you're right. Certain things burn me out. I like that magic has a cost. I like the fact that, because speaking of, gargoyles, if you remember the Magus where he cast a spell from the book and he was drained. I love that aspect because it makes magic both more wondrous and mysterious. And that's part of the reason and I know you don't have all these books, so you don't see a lot of this behind the scenes. Conan has special spells that can be cast like once every 100 years or every two. They're almost like plots. And
Yeah, there's some other games. Palladium had Spells of
yeah,
Legend. Arduin had spells like that. Obviously, the Amber role playing game had things like that, and a lot of other games had systems or mechanics where, for example, one game, if you use up all your spell points,
hmm
you're 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 way weaker than if you only use half of them.
well,
You
and
know, during the day, if you use, if you burn out all your spells, it's going to take you uh, exponentially longer to get them back than if you only blast off a couple.
well, if you remember, again, I know you didn't like Shadowrun. I liked Shadowrun as you cast spells. You got to determine the strength of the spell, and that determines how much drain you had. And if you,
Right, right. Also, you could pump spell points into, for example, like your magic missile spell. If you doubled the spell points for it, you double either the range or the number of missiles or things like that. I like that idea of being able to manipulate the spell to do more than just player's handbook. This is what the magic missile spell does.
and
Right.
I,
Well, what if I pump in two magic missile spells into the one, my two spell slots, you know, use that power up now because I really need to kill that sucker now. I can't wait another round and do it again another round.
well,
Kind of.
and I liked for Shadowrun is you had basically the stun damage and you had the physical damage if you overcast a spell, but allowed you to overcast that spell, and you could literally kill yourself, but then you could die epically. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you get that. I like that idea because there's a cost there. I do like for Conan. You do have some things that, not and of course I understand why D&D doesn't want to go into this, but you have human sacrifice, and so
Mm-hmm.
if you sacrifice a certain
Palladium did.
well, but it's one of those things that's it goes through magic all the time. Like there's usually a sacrifice to a lot of these things, and that's part of the reason I liked.
That's not exclusively, but it's more prevalent in Robert E. Howard's books and Fritz Lieber's books than a lot of other novels of spellcasters that they, whether it be Vance or Ursula Gwynn or Feist or some of these other spellcasting novels, even Harry Potter, for example, I don't know, might have that sort of thing where it's, it's the stories are more geared toward the magic users in the party
Yes.
versus where in Conan and Fritz Grey Mouser and Fafford, they're always the bad guys.
Well, even for Conan, it's like you're losing part of your soul. Now you can get other things, that.
Well, for example, had Robert E. Howard ever written a story about a wizard, how would it be different?
Oh,
If the wizard was the hero.
oh, what though is if I think Robert E. Howard did it, it would probably, because he and Lovecraft worked together. Is
Right.
I could see him. Well, and Lovecraft did this too. The more magic you learned, the more insane you became.
Right.
And so they really worked together for that. I think that if he was doing it, it would be very similar to how he did Solomon Kane, where this person has sold their soul and they're trying to maintain it. So you can still go through your adventures, but you can tell your soul is slowly slipping down.
Well, I meant, but if the sorcerer was the hero,
Well, that's what I mean. Is he's the protagonist. Even Conan is not really a hero. If you really read a lot of this stuff, he's the protagonist, but he's not. I mean, I've been reading a lot of them. It's like, well, I stole this. I stole that. I don't care about good people. It's kind of like, well, you know what? The only reason I'm really helping you is because I think I can sleep with you. You know, which is
later that changes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But I think that. But I said, you know, I'm mentioning again. I haven't gotten through Solomon Kane. But a perfect example is when he's talking about that one guy that became a werewolf, and part of it is that he's probably would try reclaiming his soul some way, knowing that he'd sold it off to a devil. That's the way I could see him doing magic within Conan. But it's the kind of thing like, you know, the more you cast your magic, the more you damn yourself, which is very similar to what, you know, but that's classic. I mean, look at Spawn. Spawn's the same way. The more you use your powers, the more that you're damning yourself. And so you have to learn to control and to moderate. And I think that's very similar with Conan. And they have the complications. So you, as a DM, if they will, and a complication is any die that does not succeed. So even if you succeed on the spell, you still might have something different. You know, so at this point, if you're changing into a wolf or something, when you change back, you might start getting, you know, your ears start coming up, you start getting more fur, you might get more fangs, you start becoming more bestial. And I think that's, you know, and that gives you the idea of spells are to be used limited for it. Now, I'm not saying that you can't use your, what was the, again, I know you didn't like the movie for it, but the, you know, when they were trying to have Conan come back basically from the dead, and you know, he's like, you know, the way he's going, you know, he's like, there's a heavy cost. There's a heavy cost if we bring him back, you know, and like, you know, and he's like terrified as all the demons come over. That's
because I like, I don't really think he was dead.
No, he was at the verge of death. He was at
right.
Yeah,
because we had a bit of a discussion about that. Because if he was in fact dead, then Valeria shouldn't have died either.
Right. But the point is that you know, but when he says there's a heavy cost, and if they didn't try doing it, and that's what I mean. That's kind of how Conan's magic works. Is you can have a guy that knows sorcery, and you can actually create one that has a sorcery skill, but he's a witch hunter, so that you can go through that. I like that for this. If you want to go over, you know, and I'm a little bit different for certain things. Is I know that Max likes a lot of randomness. I don't always like randomness. I like some, but like if you do Forbidden Lands, there's a chance you automatically kill yourself. You know, demon comes out, grabs you, and you're like, I cast.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
yeah, I'm not a fan of randomness at all. I think randomness is on the part of the DM is part of the way that they get to play. That way, you know, not saying it's a flaw or anything, but it's a way that they derive a type of enjoyment from the game. The way the players do, not knowing. And me as the dungeon master, you know, I already know. It's not. You know, I'm not rolling random monsters. You know, you can call them quantum ogres if you want, but you know, I may write down a list of monsters, and depending on where you're at, I'll pick one, but I'm not randomly rolling. That just makes no sense. You know.
Well, for me, it's like, okay, yeah, I wouldn't mind. Like if I'm going to have orcs, okay, this will be this orc band, this orc. And I don't mind having a little randomness, but I agree with you. Is I have narrowed it down to what I'm allowing to be used. And that can vary from place to place as well. But I, you know, it's like, okay, well, you're here. This is my short list of monsters, and then when you're here, this is my short list of monsters. And if it's a certain time, I may have it where, okay, this, you know, nighttime you'll find these, and daytime, and I think that. But I agree with you. So I don't like it, and this is part of why everyone talks about killing off players. I'm actually pretty generous for not killing off players, and my players were actually surprised that way. So one is, it's not any fun if I say, okay, you know what, you had a bad roll, everybody's dead. Thanks very much. It's 10 minutes into the game. Everyone feels cheated at that point. And I'm not saying I don't want them to die if they make a bad decision, but I don't want them. I would like them to at least get to the final encounter, unless they're stupid. If you're going to go through and like you, and I'm almost, the old DM, are you sure you want to do that? If they say yes, I'm like, okay, the chips fall where they may. I do try, I try being honest with them but not that they'll know everything. I do want and there is a consequence to failure, but just because you hit 0 hit points, well, maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to knock you unconscious, and then all you guys wake up in a jail cell, and now what do you do? That's the kind of thing that I would rather do, is instead of saying, okay, we're all done, go home. I still want them to do it. Now, if they're going to act stupid in the jail cell, okay, the jailer grabs so-and-so and pulls out his tongue, and they're like, well, my magic user can't do anything. Yeah, that's why you don't say anything, you idiot. You don't come up.
Running out of the abyss, and I had a player that didn't quite understand, and I said at the very get-go of the campaign, if you remember anything about the Drow, is the Drows worship spiders. That's one of their main thing. Lilith is, has a gorgeous human body that's attached to
Loth, not Lilith.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Loth. I'm getting tired. Loth has a beautiful, torso up to face that's attached to a spider, and the player just did not get this, and they're stuck in a cage. And this is the very beginning of Out of the Abyss, and one of them stomps on a spider, and a couple of the Drow see this and take him out, and I did non-lethal damage to him and throw him back in the cage. At the end of the game, it's like, I don't understand why you did that. You just picked me out to, punish me. I'm like, no, I told you that, one of the things you have to understand about the Drow is this, and either you were on your phone or just weren't paying attention, because.
Well, I remember playing with one, and of course they went over, and one of the characters, I can just turn invisible kind of at will, and I was like, anyway, he's like, haha, blah, 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 saying bad stuff, and I told my DM, I said, if I was a DM, I'd say, you're going to do this? He said, yep. I said, okay. I said, all right, roll a new character. They're like, what? I said, what do you think's going to happen if you're trying to insult the king? I said, they're going to pull you in. They're going to stab you in there. They're going to, people think that they can just do anything they want. And I said, no, I'm going to kill you for that, but I'm not going to necessarily kill you if if you're jumping across a cliff. Now, some people are different. If you're necessarily crossing a cliff and you fail your roll, and I'm going, you know what? I would rather you fall down, and now you're about 30 feet down on the ledge with a broken leg, and now what do the players do? I don't have to kill you. I have now made it. I want to give them more challenges and realize that there's a consequence. And don't get me wrong, that's more likely to kill them as it goes through. But
right.
But the player doesn't feel like it's just instant death, and the other players don't feel it, but they're like, oh crap. And that's what I would like to do for that aspect. And I that's one of the things I did like about Conan is if you roll if you roll a 20, there can be a complication.
Do you remember the show Cliffhanger?
What's that?
Do you remember the TV show Cliffhanger?
No.
Cliffhangers?
I remember the movie with Sylvester Stallone.
No, there used to be this TV show, and it was always a 2-part TV show. The first you tuck him in,
yeah,
and right them at the end of the first episode, boom, you'd be left with some sort of situation that's a cliffhanger, and then the next episode you'd have to come back and find out what happens next.
Exactly. Well, I love cliffhangers. That's one of the things that. Either I want to end it when that's done, or right over when it's in the middle of something. So okay, let's go. We're gonna stop right now. Oh, what we want more. You always want to leave them wanting more. And,
absolutely.
And the other part is what makes great stories is not that the character necessarily dies. Now, I'm not saying they can't die, but like I said, if the guy falls 30 feet down, and now they have to remember they're dragging him across. And now they're being chased, exactly like we were talking about with the Mines of Moria. And now you start hearing the orcs. They start beating the drums. And now, the warrior who could easily take him out has to sling over his shield so he can carry you. And he only can go with his sword. Now he's going through, like, now what do you do is they start shooting at you. Now you don't have all your, you're not at 100% anyway, and that's what I want. So I want that sense of adventure for both the players and then for myself. And I really do want to root for them. I want to make them feel that they earned it, but I also want to make them realize that I'm not going to kill them capriciously, which is sometimes how I felt in D&D, which I always hated, the instant death poison. I said, I would rather them, oh, you got hit by the poison. Okay, guess what? You have one turn to decide on how you guys are going to deal with it before he dies. And now you're going to get, we're going to cut him open. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Maybe we'll cut off his hand. Something that forces the players to make hard choices. And that's what I really want, is I want players to make hard choices that are both memorable and comes into it. Now, if the player doesn't like the fact that his character lost a hand, and I don't like doing regeneration, I don't like doing resurrection, but if the player lost his hand, it's like, well, you can retire that character, and maybe later on you can meet him as an NPC. It's like, yeah, when I went down in the dungeon, I lost my hand from this, and then, okay. But that's what I want to have in my games, personally, as a DM.
No, that makes sense. Hey guys, I appreciate this conversation.
I
Omen,
shut out of bed like 4 hours ago.
yeah, I'm waiting for him. Like, eventually he's gonna look at the clock and say, "Oh shit, I gotta go." So I was trying to be polite, but
that's all once I get going, I can get energy, and then like tomorrow I'm good.
Well, don't worry. I'll be doing one of these Saturday night. I don't know if you're going to join us over on Nathan's channel or not. You're more than welcome if you're into talking about weird shit, not game shit. Because I like doing that because I get a break and it's still the same, back and forth, etc. with good people, but it's just sort of a palate cleanser for the next week, if you know what I mean.
Well, I like especially the idea. I mean, you guys were talking about stuff that I found interesting, but I'm like, oh, I'm dead. And then the other part was like I'm way behind. I like to listen to Randall Carlson, and I know that you were talking about Joe Rogan. I don't care about Joe Rogan. I care about some of his guests that talk about cool stuff. And
yeah, I'm kind of that with Joe Rogan. I really don't care what he thinks, but some of the guys had on there. He had the guy from the guy that the movie Fire in the Sky was based on, and that was an interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I went on 2 tours with him. His name's
Really?
Carlson? Yes. So last year I went.
Oh, I thought you meant Travis Walton.
No. Fire in the Sky, I think, was Randall Carlson talking about the meteor that hit the.
No, Fire in the Sky was an alien movie.
Oh,
the guy got abducted.
I'm thinking of a different one. That he was no. Randall Carlson was the one that was talking about that there were meteors that probably hit the ice sheets in the Pleistocene, and then
cool.
Yeah, and I've been up there. We're talking floods up to 2,000 feet tall, and I'm not joking about that. You can literally look up. If you look at Missoula floods, the floods are 2,000 feet tall. And then the other one was, and I got to meet a couple of other cool people out there. And then the other one was, when you were talking about this with Robert Schock, when he was talking, which was his idea that perhaps when you guys were talking about, dragons in the sky.
Yeah.
He was talking to Joe Rogan about this. And actually, to be fair, I heard about him in '92 as well. But he says that if there's a strong enough electromagnetic shock for solar flares, it can create aurora borealis that creates some of those images where it looks like a man's like this, and then there's like dots. It can actually do that. And if that occurred, we're talking that it effectively rains lightning down from the sky. And just imagine that and see, this is one of those things I really would love to do. I think it would work somewhat with Conan, is set it just a few years before the comets to hit. And then the players are going to be there when the comet hits. And then they get to see the sinking of Atlantis. They get to see how the world basically gets expunged with these massive.
That would be cool.
And
to be honest, I think I'd actually enjoy playing in the Cole era than the Conan era. If that makes any sense.
You know what? I agree with you. I really don't care what the era is. Here's the truth: if I was going to play, you're not playing around Conan. I mean, that sounds funny. It's Conan is I don't want the character because you are the heroes of the story, not Conan. So I would rather leave Conan out, even if you play the similar situations where he went to.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, I get you. That's how I do.
Yeah,
Right.
there's nothing worse than bumping into, Malcolm Reynolds or freaking Darth Vader in a game, and it's like, oh yeah, you get to play the cool NPC. I got to play this third level nobody.
What is it? The players are the most important people in the game, even if they're not the most important people in the world.
Right.
And that's the way I feel about all of it. So I agree with you. Whether it's Cole or anything else, I like to read it, and to be honest, I like the system. So even if it was, you want to play in Conan's world, that's fine. If you don't, you know what, I will move it over a little bit, and we can play in some fantasy world. To me, the system's flexible enough. I like the monster manual because it's really easy to modify monsters.
I just like the idea of killing snake people.
Oh. What makes
I'm not horribly behind that thought though either.
Actually, Shadow, I would still put snake people on if I was going to do it in the later era. They're just very few and far between, and actually there are a couple of the modules or a couple of adventures where they do use them, and sometimes. And speaking of what you guys were talking about, time travel. I know, Conall, I'm really, as you can tell, I get wired. And then
No, you're cool.
But one of them is that they get on an island, and they meet a lady there, and then she casts a spell, and they go back in time, and they have to break the curse so she can die.
Oh wow, that's cool.
And so they get there and so when they break the curse, they'll come back to their normal time. And they'll still see all the ruins and everything, but now she's dead. And so but that's what it is, like, oh, this went back 10,000 years, and she's been trapped in here for this entire time. So then they go back in time, deal with it just like that world was. And once they break that curse, or I say break that curse, they basically, anyway, but when they break the curse, then they get brought back to their time, and they get to see everything else, except now that she's dead, and then they get to see what happened,
Isn't that based on an actual Conan story, though?
I don't doubt it. I haven't gotten through all the Conan stories. I've gotten through about 500 pages of them.
Where he goes to like an island, and there's a ruined city.
Oh! That was the guy that I was talking about. We had the dagger, and he did well, I don't know. Everything was about ruined cities in Conan.
Yeah, that's true.
And ancient worlds, and to be honest, listening to Randall Carlson and them talking about stuff, and if anyone's familiar with Göbekli Tepe and stuff like that, there are ancient civilizations going back before the end of the Ice Age. And
yeah, that's why I watch Ancient Aliens. It's not for the alien crap; it's for the
and Randall Carlson, and I mean, I talked to several YouTube podcasters for this when they were going through, and they were showing, they're showing the work that goes on. I like watching. He does a really good job. His name's Ben. I don't know what his last name is. Ben from Uncharted X, and he shows a lot of this stuff. He says, "How in the world is it that the Egyptians from the Old Kingdom were more advanced than the Middle Kingdom or the New Kingdom?" And that was one of the other part is everyone forgets about is the iPhone is closer to Cleopatra than Cleopatra is to when they to the agreed date that when they built the pyramids.
I've heard that before. I've heard that before. Really quick, last question, and I want to make this really quick because I really do need to get some sleep.
I do too. I gotta get up in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta be up like in 5 hours.
Yeah, I'm at 3.
I was gonna say, did you see what? You saw the new Conan movie with Jason Momoa?
You're talking with Jason Momoa? I did. Here's the thing that got me with Jason Momoa is I didn't feel that the villain was quite as intimidating as James Earl Jones. That was one. Fair. And then the other one was, and this is what I was really disappointing. I feel that the music wasn't quite as epic because I music to me really elevates a movie, and I'm a big fan. Those are the two things that went on. The other part is, and nothing against Jason Momoa, I like him better with the beard. Is he?
I like him as Count. I liked him as Aquaman. I liked him as Count Dogo from Game of Thrones. I actually kind of liked him as Conan, only because he felt to me more like Conan without reading any of the damn books. And I should put that without reading any of the books than Arnold did.
Well,
how everybody described Conan was he was supposed to be intelligent. He was supposed to be able to think things through. And Arnold was just kind of there.
Well, the problem with Arnold, to be fair on him, is he did not speak very good English. So but I agree with you.
Even when his English was better, he's got that sound to his voice. You know, when he was screaming and stuff, that was just like almost comical sounding to our ears.
Or whatever, yeah, in Predator.
No, in Conan.
Oh.
Yeah. But
there were a couple of his screams of pain, etc., that were just like, my son and I just busted up laughing, hearing him. You know,
I mean, like I said, it's the music is what really made Conan. Otherwise, it would have been a typical B movie.
Yeah.
And looking at it, the problem that I had with is as I like practical effects. There are times that I don't mind it as much, but practical effects make such a big difference. I think that. Have you guys seen Solomon Kane?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I'm actually reading the book.
I don't know. I mean, but the Solomon Kane movie I thought was well done. Well, it reminds me of the same thing of. I know we're going way off here with the Judge Dredd with Carl Urban.
Oh yeah. I get
versus Sylvester Stallone. I'm like, I can't even watch it after watching the Carl Urban version because that one was played straight. There was, right through. You understood it, and it was visceral. And not that it was a complicated plot. It was they're going to go get Mama at the top of the building. Not everything has to be in there. Like I said, having watched Conan so many times, I've picked up on little things. There's certain things that you don't normally pick up unless you've watched it several times. You're like, oh, this is what it means. There's a lot of stuff that interconnects. It's a lot deeper movie than I thought for the original. I thought that in some ways with the Jason Momoa one, it didn't have some of that, but I kind of wish the problem with Arnold was, reading Conan now, and to be fair with this, is they were trying to show off his muscles more, and yet when you
if they replaced his head with somebody else, it would have been a way better movie.
Well, the problem that I had with it is that reading the books, Conan has armor on most of the time. He has a chain hauberk, or he has this, or when they talk about him having full plate, and everyone thinks that when they read Conan, oh, Conan is this guy that goes in. But the other part is, and this is what, after reading the books, I went, if these people were smart, we're talking like Disney or Warner, I would do 1 hour episodes and just follow the books of Conan because they're now public domain. So they're now public domain, but the fact of like the other part, like it's Conan has major setbacks. Like, one time he wins and then the next time you find him that he's crawling on his belly to he talks about how he crawled on his belly to escape because all the mercenaries were killed. And he finds that slave girl and he kills the one guy who destroyed his army. And you get that feeling, and then everything seems to have apes in there. I'm like, you could really do some really cool stuff with it, and the other part I liked about Conan, and this is why I mentioned with the characters, is like that one time when I guess he's on that one island, I guess after killing that one guy, they decide to rest, and they have those statues that look like they're going to move. And so he gets away from there.
Yeah.
He decides to talk to all the pirates, and the pirates decide to pull out their sword. He's like, blah, blah, blah. And someone picks up a rock and hits him in the head, and he gets knocked unconscious. Normal, which is what I liked about Robert E. Howard. Conan had, at one point he's the king of the world, and the next point he's completely, he's like in chains. And I said, that's kind of what I liked about some things, and to be fair, like you said with the carousing, there are different carousing things that you can go in there. And I would probably say, oh, if you don't drink, then we'll do this. I'd say, okay, roll again, or pick one. But I would pick one rather as the GM. But I love those aspects of your character. Your hero is not invulnerable. Your hero does have some bad luck, and normally gets out of it by thinking. Now, of course, Conan is stronger than everybody else anyway. When he fights Baal Praetor, and he actually strangles the guy that's trying to strangle him. But yeah, I and that was the other problem I think too. Not so much with Arnold because they did find some bigger guys, but with Jason Momoa, sometimes the problem that you get is.
Well, he's a big guy. I mean, the black guy that he was tooling around with, which is a former MMA fighter. He was a big guy. The general guy wasn't that big. He was he's a great actor. But that's kind of why I like this one over the Arnold one, was because they weren't all just the bad guys in the movies weren't all just Arnold Schwarzenegger's workout buddies.
No. Well, that's why I said is I like the that's why it's hard to beat James Earl Jones is the sheer menace. And actually, I didn't pick up on the several first times is I love the fact, and they have the skill in here in Conan of mesmer, where you can stare into people's eyes and tell them to do stuff, which I know is one of the books too. I like that aspect of like, you can, when you have like a charmed person, and there's some of that equivalent here, except it's like the old style D&D charm person where you got stuck in it, or they say like slit your throat and you're like, or stab your friend. Really what I want from, and this is what I really want to do in my fantasy games, even if I did a Conan, is I still want to do a Fire and Ice, because nothing, have you ever watched that, Conall?
No, it's on my to-do list, though. It's definitely on my list.
Because there's a great, I'm not saying that's the greatest movie, so that's not fair, but I did like it. As a kid, I loved it because it had blood, cuts the guy's throat.
Right.
But there's a great thing that just, from an epic standpoint of where they all decide to get on the pterodactyls, and they decide to fly into the base, and only like two of them make it. They had the arrows, and they're just, it's just classic, whether it's Star Wars or something like else, is you have, the line of fighters, which of course are your pterodactyls coming in.
Right.
How many make it through, and how many make it to the bad guy at the end. And, I just love watching flying dinosaurs. They don't have enough dinosaurs in games. That's my feeling.
At some point, this is going to be my last comment, then I really do need to get to bed.
Yeah.
Sometime this month, I'm going to have Shadow, because he had me watch the original Conan, the 82 one.
No, that wasn't my idea. That wasn't my idea.
Yeah, well, somebody's idea. Anyway,
yeah, it was yours.
Well, I'm going to have him as a birthday present to myself. I'm going to have him watch the Jason Momoa one. When we do that on a review, it's on a Sunday. If you don't have anything going on, I'd love to have you on, because you guys are the Conan people, and I can ask you guys questions on it.
Well, I know that he's played. I have all the books, to be fair, and that's a lot of crafty. I mean, and I can go talk about rules. So I'm not saying everything's perfect, but like everything else, you got to play it.
Yeah.
To see what works. And the other thing that, like everything else, like no, Shadow had a problem with it of where Captain said, "Well, you just ran out of arrows." It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. I said, yeah, I would not have done that, because whenever you do any kind of story, and then the other thing I do like about Conan, I'm not saying any DM can't do this, but it gives you explicit permission to do certain things, so the players don't feel like you're just being a dick.
Yeah, I get that.
And I kind of like that aspect. No, if you have rules questions and stuff, that's fine. I will say this much. If you want to run Conan, do you have the book, the physical book?
I have the first one. DM James was ever so nice to get me that one. I realized there might be another, maybe one or two more books I need to pick up.
No. Well, I'm saying don't do that. Go over to the quick start.
Yeah.
Get the Pit of Cthulhu, or Cthulhu. Read through that. And that will give you that's a perfect Conan one, because the characters on the ship gets shipwrecked. The characters escape from the pirates or the slavers.
Yeah.
And anytime they have to go rescue the princess. I mean, it's classic Conan. And so they're being pursued by these, and then the princess has been stolen from a third group, and they have to go get her.
I can get behind that thought. But I want to thank you for joining us tonight. I look forward to doing more of these chats with you, especially when you don't have anything to do the next day, and nor do I, because fuck, you know.
Well, I have to get up at 5:30, so I know. All right, take care.
Yeah. So,
all right, guys, have a great evening, and I'll see most of you guys
Sure.
pretty soon.
Okay. Hey, Shadow, quick question for you. What is your ideal game system, or as close as you can get? Just curious.
Hmm.
You know what? You can answer that another night. but I'm just
yeah, that's another 3-hour conversation right there. I can hear it now.
Okay.
Don't forget. I'll think about it because it's. I don't think I found it yet.
Well, as close as you can get so far. I'm not saying that, or your favorite game system. Not necessarily your first love, but all right. I'll take care.
All right, bye, guys.
Bye. All right. Well, everybody who ends up watching this later, I hope you all have a good weekend. You won't see my ugly mug until most likely Monday when I do, hey, I'm back, a late night chat. If not Wednesday. Thank you, Shadow, for joining us tonight.
No problem.
And
No problem.
everybody in YouTube world, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Granted, that really doesn't leave much. Good night.